exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, forestry is a cornerstone of Canada's economy, supporting more than 200,000 good jobs and sustaining hundreds of rural, northern and Indigenous communities from coast to coast. Yet once again, forestry workers are being left behind by the government's failure to secure a fair softwood lumber agreement. In August, the Prime Minister's promised $1.2 billion in support to respond to Trump's tariffs and duties, which the sector is still waiting for, and just $50 million it's earmarked for workers. That is not a serious plan. It's a token gesture. Almost 50,000 jobs in British Columbia alone are at risk, and entire communities could lose their livelihoods. Forestry families deserve more than press releases and photo ops. They deserve real and urgent action. The government must stand with Canada's forestry workers with urgent investments that protect jobs, strengthen communities, and build a sustainable future.
L'honorable député de Bourassa. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. This is Women's History Month, and I'd like to pay tribute to Maude Royal, a woman of heart and action who has had a profound impact on Bourassa. For 15 years, she enthusiastically managed the Saint Hubert restaurant on P9, turning it into a true gathering place and symbol of inclusiveness. In 2018, at the height of the construction work on P9, she played a key role in creating the Charleroi and P9 Business Association, an initiative that led to the founding of the Montreal North BIA in 2023. For the past 7 years, she has also served on the board of directors of the Caisse des Jardins Sauvé au Récollet Montreal North, where she is an active member of the Governance and Ethics Committee. Her commitment, vision, and love for her community make her an inspiration to us all. Thank you, Maude Royal, for your leadership in this Women's History Month, for your leadership and dedication to Montreal North and Bourassa. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, with Halloween almost here, Canadians aren't scared of ghosts. They're scared of the Liberal budget on November the 4th. After 10 years, families live in a haunted house of debt and a nightmare on Main Street. Monster deficits, prices that jump scare at the till, and vampire taxes draining paychecks. Under the Liberals, too many cupboards are bare. Empty bank accounts, empty fridges, empty stomachs. Canadians don't need another pumpkin spice speech or a Franken budget stitched together with buzzwords. They need conservative tax cut treats, not Liberal spending tricks. Conservatives are calling for something simple. Make life affordable. End the hidden taxes that spook the grocery bill, and stop the inflation tax by cutting waste and living within our means. Canadians have had enough of our carnival huckster Prime Minister using scare tactics. On November 4th, we better see a real budget, not s'mores of his candy-coated, stomach-churning fudget. It's time for the Liberals to put Canada first. Or will this budget be another nightmare on Wellington Street?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the Toronto International Celebration Church for its remarkable 25th anniversary celebration service. Founded in 2000 by Pastor Peter Youngren alongside current lead pastor Nathan Thurber, it has grown into a beacon of faith, love, and community in North York. As a non-denominational evangelical church, it embodies the motto, "We love because God first loved us," welcoming over 1,000 worshippers from more than 70 nations each Sunday. This milestone reflects a quarter century of transformative impact, prayer services, outreach to shelters, youth programs, evangelism training, and specialized ministries like the Champions Club for Special Needs Families. Their global vision through World Impact Ministries has touched over 1,000 nations, fostering cultural harmony and purpose-driven lines right here in Toronto. Congratulations on 25th anniversary and your devotion. May
the honourable member for Mission Mapsquee Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, it's Small Business Week, and I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible role small businesses play in our communities and across the country. These entrepreneurs are the driving force behind innovation, job creation, and local economic growth. Small business owners are feeling the pressure, though, from rising costs, excessive red tape, unfair taxes, crime, and ongoing economic uncertainty. Unfortunately, their struggles have been ignored by this Liberal government. In recent years, Conservatives have pushed for overdue carbon rebates and against tax increases on payroll, capital gain, and excise taxes. We are also leading the charge on criminal justice reform so people can operate a business safely. We'll keep doing everything we can to help small businesses grow through red tape reduction and tax cuts. I encourage everyone this week to support a local small business. And know on this side of the House, we recognize the sacrifices of entrepreneurs make and the taxes they pay to keep Canada going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac-Kitigan-Zibi. Mr. Speaker, this Women's History Month, I'd like to highlight the outstanding contribution of Rosaline Dixon, a groundbreaking woman from Pontiac-Kitigan-Zibi.
David, she acquired the Equity, the community newspapers of Shawville that has long served as the voice of our community. Rosaline went on to serve as its editor-in-chief for more than 30 years. A passionate, a dedicated journalist, Rosaline gave a voice to those who had none, but whose stories deserve to be told. Rosaline Dixon incarne la force.
Rosaline Dixon embodies the strength, independence, and passion of the women who built our country, like those of Pontiac-Kitigan-Zibi, who contribute to inspire us with their strength and leadership.
The honourable member from Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, October is Latin American and Hispanic Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the contributions of over 1 million Canadians of Hispanic and Latino heritage. When you think of Latin America, you think of flavor and music, of food like tacos or a soup that warms the soul on a cold Canadian winter, or music that makes you dance before you even realize it. At Fiesta in the Six, hundreds gather to celebrate those values, a reminder that our stories, though diverse, are bound by hope and love for this country that gave us a home and a future. Gabriel Garcia Marquez once wrote, "People don't stop pursuing dreams because they grow old. They grow old because they stop pursuing dreams." The journey might not be easy, but it is worth it. Keep dreaming, keep building, keep contributing in every field to this beautiful country we now call home. Que viva Latinoamérica y que viva Canadá.
The honourable member for Richmond East Steveston.
Mr. Speaker, my hometown of Richmond, British Columbia, known for having the longest life expectancy in Canada, was recently recognized as Canada's most active city, winning the Participaction Community Challenge presented by Novo Nordisk. Participaction is a national charity dedicated to promoting physical activity in Canada since 1971. The Most Active City Award came with $100,000 to support physical activity and support in our community. Since the Community Challenge began in 2019, Participaction has awarded $1.5 million to communities across Canada. I want to congratulate my community for their commitment to physical activity and all communities that participated in the challenge. A healthier Canada is possible if we make room to move.
The honourable member for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
It's unbelievable. This year marks 100 years since the Holland Marsh was established. A century ago, Professor W.H. Day and a group of hardworking farmers looked over a vast swamp and saw a possibility. With vision and grit, they transformed the black muck into one of the most fertile farming regions in Canada. For 100 years, that vision has fed communities, nourished generations, and sustained sustain livelihoods. Today, farmers steward more than 7,000 acres and grow over 60 crops, including 4 pounds of carrots for every Canadian. Look across the marsh now and you see, well, it's earned the title, the Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada. It's not just canals and fields, but opportunity. It's an honor to represent the marsh growers in Parliament and to have helped make Bill C-280 law. Here's to the Holland Marsh's proud past and the farmers who will carry its legacy forward.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in tribute to the administrators of the University of Quebec Network and their president, our friend Alexandre Cloutier, they inherited one of the most precious jewels left by the great architects of the Quiet Revolution, foremost among them the dearly departed Guy Rocher, a university institution of teaching and research that has literally placed Quebecers in French among the best educated and most highly trained peoples in barely half a century. The UQ network, with its Francophone students from all over and its brilliant medical program for the regions of Quebec, has become nothing less than the largest university institution in Quebec, of course, but also in Canada. Among these is the flagship UQAM, whose chancellor, Stéphane Payage, I would like to give a special shout out to, as he recently got an honorary PhD from the Warsaw University School of Management. Thanks to its association with UQAM, they've been offering a program on par with UQAM for 30 years now, proving that Montreal's university education can shine throughout the world. The last person to receive this honor was a certain Volodymyr Zelensky. Stéphane, bravo.
The Honourable Member for Burlington.
I rise today to recognize Burlington Mayor Marianne Mead Ward and the Halton Elected Representatives Group, which I am honored to be part of, for launching the Elect Respect campaign. This initiative began as a conversation among women elected at all levels of government in Burlington, where we recognized a shared reality of harassment and threats. From those conversations came a commitment to create a safer, more respectful culture in public life. Elect Respect calls on both elected officials and citizens to pledge respectful and inclusive participation in our democracy. It reminds us that debate should be about ideas, not personal attacks, and that integrity and respect must guide our discourse. Sadly, harassment toward elected officials has been on the rise. In 2023, the RCMP reported more than 2,600 threats, double the year before. Campaigns like Elect Respect matter because they call on all of us to set a better tone for our colleagues, for our constituents, and for the next generation of leaders. I encourage all members of this House to join me in taking...
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Promised to make Canada an energy superpower and get projects built at lightning speed. 6 months later, not a single project permit has been granted. Not one. No pipelines, no mines, no energy corridors, just broken promise after broken promise. Now he pushes forward with his emissions cap. That will wipe out $40 billion in investment here in Canada, will drive away investment from across Canada, and cost over 40,000 jobs right here at home. More broken promises. The Prime Minister seems to think that supporting oil and gas starts and ends with cheering for the Edmonton Oilers. Mr. Speaker, Albertans don't need a Prime Minister to come up with a national wish list. We need him to get out of the way. A Conservative government would scrap the emissions cap. We would end Bill C-49 and C-69. We would scrap the industrial carbon tax. Instead of broken promises, we would restore the promise of Canada that hard work would buy an affordable home in a safe neighborhood, that you could put food on the table for every Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, Joey Band is an incredible story of Canadian innovation and entrepreneurship. Haley Mullins, Ashley Wade, and Sarah Cox are co-founders of the company whose medical device Haley invented and globally patented in 2013. Joey Band is a data-backed device used by hospitals around the world to safely support skin-to-skin contact and bonding for thousands of newborns. Hospitals that use it have reported higher breastfeeding rates, reduced NICU admissions, reduced opioid use, and healthier outcomes for mothers and babies. This ingenuity received an honorable mention in Time Best Inventions of 2025, a timely recognition as this is the WHO's Year of Maternal and Newborn Health, a call for nations to invest in early life innovation. Joey Band is also part of the Femtech Canada network of 200 companies dedicated to advancing women's health technology. When still only 17% of women are international patent holders, Joey Band's success shows us what happens when we support Canadian femtech and women's entrepreneurship. We drive progress in health, equity, and innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wow, excellent.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
In a scathing report from the Auditor General yesterday, it was revealed that complaints against the CRA's contact centres have risen 145% in the last 3 years. Their phone system is nearly 4 times over budget, costing taxpayers more than $190 million, where few get through, and the ones that do receive the wrong information 83% of the time. To add insult to injury, this Liberal government failed to properly review contracts worth tens of millions of dollars before issuing payments. Quote, there was no process documented or followed to ensure the amounts invoiced were accurate. Sound familiar? The Auditor General found the same issue during the Liberals' Arrive scam where, and I quote, federal policies were frequently disregarded. Canadians are stuck with more of the same Liberal incompetence. Conservatives will continue to hold this government to account on their repeated failures to ensure Canadians receive value for their money.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want safe neighbourhoods where families and businesses can thrive. Last week, I was proud to join my BC colleagues in Surrey for an echo announcement highlighting our government's new steps to combat crime. These measures include tougher bail conditions for repeat violent offenders, stronger penalties for organized retail theft, and additional 1,000 new RCMP personnel across this country. This investment will help ensure that fast-growing communities like Surrey have the resource action to keep our streets and communities safe.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Loaves and Fishes Community Food Bank, based in Nanaimo, feeds more than 15,000 families up and down the island who can't afford to keep up with rising grocery prices. They've done everything right, but they're still waiting for the $5 million in federal funding they were promised by this Liberal government. The Prime Minister said he would be judged by the prices Canadians pay at the grocery store, and Canadians are paying the price. Food inflation is double what it should be and beyond what we can afford. Liberal deficits are driving inflation every step of the way. Hidden Liberal taxes on fuel, on packaging, and on production are baked into every grocery bill. Canadians don't see them on their receipts, but they feel them every time they buy food. I'll be watching this next federal budget closely, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be following up with this government to make sure Loaves and Fishes gets every penny.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, on October 15th, I had the pleasure of joining local partners to announce 42 affordable housing units. That's 42 Londoners that will now have a place to call home. I want to thank the City of London and Indwell for their leadership and continued investment in the well-being of our communities. Build Canada Homes is a national strategy that will get housing built faster, smarter, and more affordably. It will cut red tape, unlock public land, and preserve existing affordable rentals in the country. It brings every level of government together with mayors, builders, and nonprofits to deliver homes that Canadians can actually afford in every region across this country. This is what leadership looks like, Mr. Speaker. And while the Conservatives continue to talk down on Canada, our government is getting things built, and Canadians can trust that we will get this job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, today I will be meeting with the Prime Minister to discuss the 10th Liberal budget. We, the Conservatives, want an affordable budget so Canadians can have an affordable life. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did not keep his promise to spend less. He doubled the deficit he inherited, and now the inflation rates are climbing. In fact, all measures are higher than the Bank of Canada target. Will the Prime Minister agree to what we're looking for an affordable life for Canadians. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it will be an affordable budget and an ambitious one. Affordable for operational expenditures. We will clean up operational expenditures, but we will be investing in Canada. This will be the largest investment in our country, in the history of our country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what this Liberal government promised 10 years ago. But what's the result? They doubled the debt, they doubled wait lines at food banks, doubled the cost of housing, and investments have dropped, more so here in Canada than in any other G7 country and in the history of Canada. Today, there are 2 million Canadians who need to turn to food banks. And food inflation is skyrocketing. Will the Prime Minister learn from his lessons, reduce deficits, and eliminate hidden taxes on food? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've just said, this will be a cleaning up of operational expenditures for the first time in a decade in this country. Second, with respect to inflation, it will be the 21st month in a row that the rate of inflation is in keeping with the Bank of Canada's target range. That's 2.4, and the range is 1 to 3.
Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister and I will meet to discuss the 10th Liberal budget deficit. Our priority as Conservatives is an affordable budget for an affordable cost of living for the Canadian people. The Prime Minister promised he would spend less, but his deficit spending is 100% more. He promised he'd be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Well, they're now rising at 2 times the Bank of Canada's target, and inflation is now once again out of control. Will the Prime Minister learn from the inflationary, costly failures of the 10 years of Liberal government and accept our plan for an affordable budget for an affordable life?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this budget will get operational spending under control. It will balance our spending over the next 3 years. But we're not going to stop there. We are going to invest in this country. We're going to have the biggest investment in this country in generations, the largest capital spend in generations, the most ambitious trade diversification in our nation's history. We will do everything to help Canadians get ahead, as they have gotten ahead every single month since I became Prime Minister.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Never bought groceries lately.
Canadians, according to this Prime Minister, have never had it so good. If you're that single mother out there walking down the grocery aisle looking at prices rise before your eyes, if you're that senior choosing between eating and heating, if you're one of the countless Canadians who see that roasted coffee is up 41% since the Prime Minister took office, that nuts and seeds up 15%, that food price inflation is now double the target, or if you're one of those 2 million people that are lined up at food banks every single month, the Prime Minister says you've never had it so good. How is it possible for this Prime Minister to be so costly and so out of touch with reality?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, it's time once again for our economic lesson. Okay. Getting ahead means your wages grow faster than inflation. Let's look at the relationship between inflation and deficits. The inflation rate in Canada, the food inflation rate, is the G7 average, and we have the lowest deficit in the G7. What the government is going to do is use that deficit to grow this economy like it's never seen before.
Hear, hear. Well done. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So the Prime Minister says to that single mother that small business owner, that senior I just referenced out there, that he needs to give you economic lessons. You are the one out there who are watching prices rise right before.
Yes, the honourable member knows to speak through the chair, and there was a lot of noise around that. So if the honourable member could just start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is now lecturing Canadians who are lined up at food banks, telling them that they've never had it so good. That if only they appreciated all the many promises that he's made, promises that he hasn't even begun to keep, that they would then be appreciative of the fact that here we have fresh and frozen beef is up 14%, fresh and frozen cut chucks up 12%, frozen meats up 11%, coffee grains up 40%. Does he believe that people paying these exorbitant prices should be thankful for his economic lessons?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we promised to cut taxes for every Canadian. 22 million Canadians have their taxes cut. We promised to cut taxes on first-time home builders. They've been cut. We promised to cut the carbon tax. It's been cut. You weren't here. It's been cut. It's been cut. And we promised to build this country strong. November 4th, this House will have a choice. Are you with us for those single mothers? Are you with us for those farmers? Are you with us to build this country strong so they can get it? That's a very good
Again, I would remind honourable members, it's through the chair, the honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I think he meant to say, are you with us for the bankers and bondholders who will be collecting record interest payments on the newly doubled national debt? The Prime Minister has literally doubled the deficits that he inherited from the Liberal government, deficits that were already exorbitant and out of control. And what do you know? Inflation immediately started to rise. 2 of the 4 measures are outside of the acceptable Bank of Canada range. All 4 measures are above the Bank of Canada's 2% target. The more he spends, the more things cost. Does he acknowledge at least that every dollar he spends comes out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are putting more dollars in the pockets of hardworking Canadians because we cut taxes on 22 million Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our focus is putting even more dollars in the pockets of hardworking Canadians. That is why we will have the most ambitious capital investment program this country has ever seen, the most ambitious home building program this country has ever seen, the biggest investment in defense and our industrial capacity that this country has ever seen, and the biggest and most effective climate competitiveness strategy that this country has ever seen.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Paccard and Sainte-Thérèse de Blainville, producing trucks, just had to let go of 300 employees due to the tariffs, the punishing tariffs from the Trump regime. 3 months after the elections that were supposed to solve all of these issues with respect to tariffs, can the Prime Minister reassure this company and the employees that no matter what, the employees and the company will be protected? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we are disappointed by the situation at Paccard, at Stellantis and at GM in the automobile sector. We already have the best agreement with the U.S. We have the lowest tariffs for trucks and cars. But we are working with the Americans. We are negotiating with them. We will reassure workers at Paccard. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. If that's the best deal, Mr. Speaker, I would not want to see the worst. And this raises a lot of concerns. People need some degree of certainty. Can the Prime Minister assure us beyond any reasonable doubt, especially after the loss of these 3% taxes on the web giants, that the cultural exception will be protected in the tariff negotiations and that supply management will be protected entirely, including processing and in all respects, with no compromise. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House that we will protect supply management in our negotiations. We will protect Quebec and Canadian culture in the negotiations. That's it. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's it, but you have to say completely. First, we should discuss the issue of forestry. Now we have to be beyond the level of protecting it. We need to save it. The forestry industry is subjected to a crisis that is worse than in 2008. Shutdowns, closures, hundreds of jobs have just been lost in Saint-Michel-des-Saints. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that faced with these 45% tariffs, there will be a plan and a complete plan to save the forestry regions in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there is a plan. There are initiatives. The Industry Minister just announced an initiative that will provide funding for the forestry sector in Quebec and throughout Canada. This is through the Canadian Development Bank. There's also the Strategic Renewal Fund within the forestry sector, and that is a complete plan.
The Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has tried to deny the existence of continued hidden Liberal taxes on groceries. But Canada's leading food price expert, the food professor, Sylvain Charlebois, has said the exact opposite. He says, and I quote, "The industrial carbon tax, the worst part is still there." He was referring to the fact that farmers pay the tax on the steel that goes into their farm equipment, combines, tractors, and bins, and on their fertilizer. Is the Prime Minister really going to expect Canadians who can't pay their grocery bills to believe that the cost of the carbon tax on our farmers does not get passed on at the grocery shelf?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote independent research, Mr. Speaker, of the Canadian Climate Institute, which finds that the impact of the industrial carbon tax, now wait for it, the net impact of the industrial carbon tax on food prices, it is on average around 0%.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister expects us to believe government-funded so-called experts paid to push his agenda instead of believing in the obvious fact that when you tax the things that go into making food, you tax all who buy the food. This is a Prime Minister who says he's a great expert. But he told CTV Nova Scotia that Canadians don't use steel anymore. Yeah. Does he not acknowledge, does he not know that there is steel in farm tractors, farm combines, farm bins, and other farm equipment? And does he not think, for God's sakes, that those costs get passed on to consumers? Yeah.
Hoping to end as close to 3 as possible, but it might not be possible today. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The folks are feisty over there today. What I will say is we've been hearing all week, all month, since the beginning of this session about these imaginary taxes. These imaginary taxes in the brain of the leader of the opposition, but that no one else has seemed to manage. What I will tell him is that there will be a budget, there will be some numbers and some tables that he can read there where he will not find taxes on food. There is no tax on food. There will never be a tax on food.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, first, we're all disappointed to learn that Liberals think that Canadians who see grocery prices rising at records rates are just imagining things, Mr. Speaker. And further disappointed to see that this Prime Minister cannot stand in his place and address real questions about the cost of groceries for Canadians. It's not just the industrial carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. It is also the government's fuel standard, which, according to their own department, is going to increase the cost of fuel by 17 cents on the farmers and the truckers who bring us our food. Does he really expect consumers to believe that won't?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what's not imaginary is that Canadians know who they can trust. In fact, time and again, they've looked at these Conservatives across the aisle vote against their very interests, whether it's things like the school nutrition program, whether it's things like early learning and childcare, which, oh, by the way, Mr. Speaker, has got the average cost of childcare down to $16 a day. Mr. Speaker, these are real savings for real Canadian families, and the only thing imaginary is their own perception.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is really disappointed this Prime Minister refuses to stand up and debate the real cost of his taxes on Canadian food consumers. It's the same thing with the auto sector. He promised that he would negotiate a win. He promised to get a rapid deal. Still no win, still no deal. Elbows gone missing, and so are the jobs. Today we saw Paccard au Québec. Il y a 300.
In Quebec, 300 jobs lost at Paccard.
That it was Ingersoll, the Cami plant, and before that the GM plant in Oshawa. Is the Prime Minister selling out the auto sector in his attempt to back down to the U.S. President?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's no I in team, but apparently there's an I in Conservative.
Oh!
Team in Conservative. There's a team on these benches. This government is in a position with the best accord with the Americans. We have the lowest tariff on the auto sector.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, there's no I in team, but there is an I in Conservative. There is a team, and there is a team in Liberal that can answer these questions. And this is what the Liberal team has accomplished. We have the best deal with the Americans of any country. We have the lowest tariff on our automobiles and trucks of any country, but we are not satisfied. That is why we are negotiating a new accord on steel, on aluminum, on energy, and on auto.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question was about jobs, and he responds with a spelling bee, Mr. Speaker. This is the guy who's supposed to negotiate a win for us, a guy who said he'd have a deal by July 21st. He's the guy who said he's had his elbows up, and since that time, his elbows have gone missing, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian people need those jobs. He promised he would protect those jobs. Will he stand up today, look the auto workers in Ontario and Quebec in the eye, and tell them why he abandoned them and sold them out?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government has no difficulty looking at the hardworking women and men who work in our auto industry and in industries across the country to say that we're fighting for their jobs. We're standing up to the Americans for unjustified tariffs. We're negotiating what we think will be agreements that will be in the best interest of Canadian workers and the Canadian economy. And what we're also doing at the same time, Mr. Speaker, is taking steps to support those very industries in Canada. That's what we were elected to do. That's what the Prime Minister's doing with everybody on this side of the House.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That was not what this Prime Minister promised. He promised that he would negotiate a win. He promised that he would have a deal by July 21st. Neither of those things happened. He went to the auto sector and told the workers that not only would he protect their jobs, but there would be an all-in-Canada supply chain that is being dismantled right before our eyes. And it's not just his trade negotiating failures. It's his EV mandate, which has slammed the brakes on any investment in auto manufacturing in this country. If the Prime Minister take personal responsibility for this and announce today an end to the EV mandate so we can get our workers back to jobs.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
When it comes to the auto workers, they know that we have their back and that we will fight for every single job in this country in the auto sector. You know why? Because the Canadian automakers and the Canadian auto workers are actually the best in the world. And therefore, we will make sure that Stellantis is held to account. We are meeting with GM tomorrow in Ottawa, bringing back a model into the plant in Ingersoll, and we will be there also for the employees at Paccard and Sainte-Thérèse.
Okay, what about Gould? Okay, so
We have, yeah, I think.
okay. Excuse me. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member.
Wait. Okay, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's failures and capitulations are not just vis-a-vis the United States. He promised he would stand up for Western Canadian farmers, but canola tariffs have now more than doubled. The Prime Minister, in response to this, has given the communist regime in China the billion-dollar taxpayer-funded loans so that we can buy Chinese-made ships. And now he's announced that he's further conceded by removing tariffs on Chinese-made steel. Why is it that in addition to selling out the auto workers, he sold out our farmers and rewarded foreign dictatorships that target them with tariffs?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our new government was elected to expand and diversify over international trade with reliable partners. We are in a volatile global economy. We are defending our trade interests. We are expanding into new markets, and we are working alongside our farmers in every aspect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, service at the Canada Revenue Agency is worse than ever. Yesterday, the Auditor General confirmed that 8 years after our office issued a damning report on services at the agency, the situation has not improved. It has worsened. Only 5% of callers were able to speak to an agent within the 15-minute service standard. 5%. The Liberals can't say they were unaware because the Auditor General warned them of this as early as 2017, and they did nothing about it. After 8 years of inaction, when will the Liberals take responsibility? People are tired of waiting. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're taking action, Mr. Speaker. Already the Minister of Finance ordered the CRA, demanded that the CIA, the Canada Revenue Agency, look at the work that it is doing and be in a position to respond to the needs. These are very important measures. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, things are not improving at the Canada Revenue Agency. Yesterday, the Auditor General confirmed that they're not even answering the phone, but it gets worse. The Auditor General revealed that if you do manage to get through to the agency, chances of getting the right answers to your questions are 17%. 17%, that means you have as much chance of getting a good answer from the CRA as you do of getting an answer in French from the Prime Minister. When is the Minister going to solve this fiasco? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we did not wait for the Auditor General's report to take action. We sent clear instructions to the CRA so that it would change its way of doing business to... What a show. Everyone's talking over... You feel as though you're in a daycare over here. So we are taking action, Mr. Speaker. We're going to improve services at the CRA. The Honourable Member from Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, rents have risen by almost 10%, twice the Canadian average, when we know that Canadians spend about 50% of their income to house themselves and feed themselves. This is concerning. In the meantime, the Liberal government is continuing to feed these inflationary costs for groceries, gas, housing. After 10 years of deficits and broken promises, families in Montmorency-Charlevoix and in Quebec can't take anymore. When will the Prime Minister take control of public finances and make life affordable for Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that inflation in Canada is under control, 2.4%, Mr. Speaker. The target range is between 1 and 3 at the Bank of Canada. We are at 2.4%, 21 months. It's been like that now. Second, Mr. Speaker, there is no relationship between the government deficits and inflation. Inflation is a global event, Mr. Speaker. COVID, war in Ukraine, increased costs of gas. Does that mean anything to you?
Encore une fois, on ne s'adresse pas directement au président.
We would ask you to speak through the Speaker. The Honourable Member from Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in Montmorency-Charlevoix, children, seniors, and business owners just can't make ends meet. Economists are saying this is a recession. Cost of housing has increased, an increase of 10% in Quebec, whereas the Liberal costs are causing SMEs to be struggling. What they promised was to help the middle class, but they've actually done the very opposite. When will the deficit, not the cost of the deficit, no longer be borne by these families? When will they do something about these irresponsible expenditures? The Honourable Minister, in light of the exchanges in this question period, it is clear that economists are actually on this side of the House, not on that side. Now, when it comes time to talk about families in Montmorency-Charlevoix, what does he have to say to them when he voted against the child care benefit that helps thousands of them, when he voted against the dental care plan, or the Leader of the Opposition doesn't even think it exists? That's 6 million Canadians who have access to this. We have no lectures to hear from them when it comes time to help Canadian families. That's what we do on a daily basis.
The Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, when this Liberal government creates deficits by spending more than what they receive in taxes, that creates inflation, costing Canadians more at the grocery store, more at the gas station, and more everywhere else. New inflation data confirms Canadians are being crushed by these Liberal deficits. All three core inflation measures are alarming. In just the last year, grocery inflation is up 4% and rent inflation is up by nearly 5%. When will these Liberals get the inflationary deficits under control to make life more affordable for Canadians instead of trying to outspend Justin Trudeau?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on making the investments that are going to help Canadians Canadians get ahead, whether it's investing in major projects, whether it's investing in affordable housing, whether it's investing in early learning and childcare so people can make the best wages possible. Our government is focused on one thing, and that's Canadian success. Canadians know that too, Mr. Speaker. They don't trust those guys to protect their interests. They don't trust those guys for the long-term thinking that results in better outcomes for their families and their children. That's why we're on this side of the House.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Speaker, I represent one of the most trade-exposed regions in Canada, and Canadian manufacturers are being crushed by the industrial carbon tax and rising inflation. From steel, aerospace, and auto parts to food processing, every step in the supply chain is costing more. Manufacturers can't compete when the cost of everything keeps rising and businesses are burdened with more and more red tape. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that his industrial carbon tax policy and red tape policies like the plastic registry are unnecessary burdens doing nothing to improve competitiveness or to protect the environment?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Of course, we'll be there to protect jobs, to create jobs and attract talent and investment. And when it comes to creating jobs, particularly in the manufacturing sector, we're doing this through our new defense industrial strategy, which will be about buy, build, and partner. And of course, we'll do that through major projects. Across the country, we've already announced 5 major projects worth $60 billion in private capital. We're coming up with the next step with new projects before Grey Cup. By the way, Grey Cup, November 16, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, if the industry minister had to be burdened with the paperwork and the bills that small businesses are facing today, she would act differently in this House. Take the food and beverage industry, for example. They run on razor-thin margins, and after 10 years of liberal deficits, food inflation continues to rise, 4% this year. That's forcing restaurants to charge more and make less. Is this government willing to address any of the costs that small businesses are facing, or will it keep borrowing, spending, and driving inflation even higher while job creators are left paying the price?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Women, Gender Equality, Tourism and Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands the importance of Canadian industries, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we introduced the Buy Canadian policy to strengthen supply chains and support small businesses with the opportunities to succeed right here in Canada. We're also supporting small businesses hard hit by the tariffs, expanding the Business Development Bank of Canada loans by up to $5 million, and launched the $5 billion Strategic Response Fund so that businesses can adopt and pivot during these challenging times. And Mr. Speaker, we're also reducing red tape, unlike what the member just said just now. Mr. Speaker, these measures are going to support Canadian industries, support Canadian workers, and support our small businesses. And Mr. Speaker, happy Small Business Week.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Of the RCMP. My former MP and the current leader of the Conservative Party recklessly criticized the RCMP. His caucus doesn't want to talk about it, and even a former Conservative minister stated how grossly imprecise his comments were. Can the Minister of Public Safety reiterate the importance of the RCMP's independence, which ensures the protection of all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I want to thank the member for Carleton for this very important question, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition has made some irresponsible statements relating to the RCMP. As you're aware, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP play an integral role in the safety and security of Canadians. It's an independent organization that abides by the rule of law. For the Leader of the Opposition to impinge the integrity of the RCMP is beyond the seat that he holds, Mr. Speaker, and I demand that he unequivocally retract those statements and seek an apology from the RCMP, the men and women that serve this country, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Middlesex, London.
Speaker, Cami families are getting pink slips and the auto sector in Canada is hanging by a thread. The Liberal EV mandate is a bumper sticker, not a plan. A pipe dream that costs billions in taxpayer subsidies and all for nothing. Over 6,000 Canadian families' livelihoods are at stake right now as auto manufacturers move their businesses to the U.S. So will the Prime Minister tell unemployed auto workers why his failed policies that help send their jobs south?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Let me be clear, what is happening to the auto sector is actually linked to the American tariffs. When it comes to the EV mandates, the Minister of Environment, myself, of course, with the Prime Minister, we've been working with the industries to find solutions. And by the way, right now, they've been paused. So when it comes to the workers themselves, we will be there to support them. We will make sure that Stellantis is held to account. And meanwhile, we're working with GM to bring at the Ingersoll plant a new model, because obviously these workers need to be supported, and we will build One Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Middlesex London.
Mr. Speaker, that's just more talk from the Liberals that does nothing to help people. Cami workers in Ingersoll are worried about paying their mortgages and putting food on the tables. Right. After handing out billions in subsidies, Cami's indefinite layoffs, they come at the cost of the Liberals' failure to negotiate protections for workers. When Cami bleeds, so do parts suppliers, tool and die makers, truckers, diners, and other small businesses across Middlesex London and southwestern Ontario. So will the Prime Minister look the auto workers in the eye and explain to them why he failed to protect their jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Prime Minister is working with Doug Ford. I'm working with Vic Vitelli, and we're also working with Unifor to bring back a new model at Ingersoll. And we will make sure to put pressure on GM as they need to honor their contracts. And meanwhile, we will make sure that indeed the workers that we look in the eyes have confidence that we're fighting for their jobs.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, Stellantis got $15 billion of taxpayer money. That's over $1,000 from every Canadian household. And what's the result? 3,000 Canadian workers are losing their job as production moves to the U.S. If that's the Liberal job protection, Canadians should be alarmed. Will the Prime Minister tell us exactly how many Canadian jobs are guaranteed in that $15 billion deal? Or did the Liberals just write a blank check to protect corporate profits, not Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, I understand the frustration on the part of my colleague who's from the region. That being said, I think we have to set facts extremely straight.
That's right.
Because obviously the support to the sector was linked to the fact that there would be production of batteries. As the production has only started, obviously $15 billion of federal taxpayers' money have not been invested. What is at stake, though, is that we negotiated very well the contracts to support the Brampton plant, and therefore the opposition, including the Conservatives, will have access to these contracts in committee, and they will see that we have the workers back.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister handed $10 billion to Stellantis to create 2,500 jobs in Windsor, but now they're threatening to ship 3,000 jobs from Brampton to the U.S. These Liberals have abandoned Canadian auto workers who don't know how they'll provide for their families and their futures. What job guarantees do the Liberals actually negotiate? And if there's nothing to hide, why won't they release the contracts outlining the specific details of the Canada-wide job guarantees?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Knows very well that we're working to support auto workers and the sector in Canada. There's over 100 years, Mr. Speaker, of proud history in making vehicles in Canada. That's a manufacturing sector that's important to every part of the country. That's why not only are we taking measures with the Government of Ontario and partners across the country, unions, to support the industry and those workers, we're also negotiating with the Americans so that we can get a deal that's in the interest of the long-term security of Canada's auto sector.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent Akiawanrock. Mr. Speaker, for 60 years, PACCAR has been manufacturing cars in Sainte-Thérèse de Blainville. Today, 300 workers learned that they would be losing their job. That is the sad reality of Liberal policies. They talk a lot, but they act little. These people were elected under a slogan of elbows up and a promise that all tariffs would be lifted. But what happened? 300 people lost their job. What will the Prime Minister actually do to convince Trump that these tariffs make no sense? And what will he say to these workers? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of respect for my colleague, and I know the PACCAR plant very well. I actually visited it with the new member for Thérèse de Blainville recently. I spoke with the head of the plant lately. Bad news has gone out. We will not accept this. We will continue to fight to ensure that our workers in Sainte-Thérèse are not only supported, because Sainte-Thérèse is a Quebec manufacturing hub, but we will also work with the province of Quebec and municipalities throughout the country. We should be buying more trucks made here in Canada. The same can be said for buses. We will protect our jobs.
Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Yesterday, the Auditor General delivered a scathing report on the state of childcare. Despite spending billions of dollars from this Liberal government, the childcare plan, their shortages of available childcare has gotten worse over the last 5 years. Stats can show the proportion of parents that use childcare and reported difficulty finding it rose from 36% in 2020 to nearly 50% in 2025. Only Liberals could spend more and get less. Will the Prime Minister admit that his childcare plan is yet another broken Liberal promise?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, it's the sort of height of irony that a Conservative MP who voted against childcare is now criticizing childcare that exists across this country. What the Auditor General said is that provinces and territories have to do a better job in terms of reporting. We're working with provinces and territories to make sure that we grow the number of spaces. But let me leave you with this, Mr. Speaker. $16.50 a day. That's the average price families are paying for childcare, and that's a huge savings for Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Typical Liberals blame everyone but themselves. They committed to build 250,000 new childcare spaces in 5 years. 3 years in, less than half. Worse yet, they don't know how many spaces are going unused. They don't know how much unmet demand exists, all while using funky, inconsistent math. Provinces are warning that this $10 system could collapse when federal funding ends, with inflation and staffing shortages piling up. How can the Prime Minister justify blowing through billions with families waiting on waiting lists?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm really heartened to hear about the support that that member has for early learning and childcare. It's a real switch, Mr. Speaker, given that you voted against it time and again. But I will say this, Mr. Speaker, I have a meeting with my counterpart this afternoon with the Minister from Alberta to talk about exactly that, how we take the next steps together, because as that member would know, jurisdiction over childcare lives in provinces and territories. We have funded this system to such an extent that, Mr. Speaker, the average family is paying $16.50 a day. What a savings for Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General concluded the Canadian Armed Forces did not recruit and train the members it needs to meet operational requirements. She further said that our forces will struggle to respond to threats, emergencies, and conflicts and accomplish their missions. The report also revealed that on this trajectory, 13% of occupations are at risk of never being fully slated, and another 69% won't get there for over 10 years. Our adversaries aren't waiting for Canada to get our house in order. How does the Defence Minister expect our armed forces to meet our international obligations and protect Canada without the personnel?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Auditor General for her work.
As we rebuild, rearm, and reinvest in Canada's military, we're making changes to our recruitment processes to get more people in the door and faster. We've modernized our recruitment process by introducing a probationary period, streamlining the security clearance process, updating the aptitude test requirements, changing medical standards. We've also given our forces a very well-deserved pay increase. Mr. Speaker, recruitment has reached a 10-year high, but there's more to do.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
But he let 100,000 Canadians slip through his fingers. The Auditor General also reported yesterday the situation gets worse for our troops after they enlist. She said military housing is, and I quote, the kind of conditions you and I wouldn't want to live in, nor should we expect our troops to either. The National Defence Committee came to the same conclusions in the last Parliament. Nothing has changed, and the report confirmed the wait list for military housing is growing to over 7,000. How can the Defence Minister sleep at night knowing our troops are living rough and all he can do is re-announce old Liberal promises for 600 new housing units, but our troops need 7,000 now?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I sleep very well at night because of the incredible women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces. That's who I count on. That's who I count on. We're rearming, Mr. Speaker. We're rebuilding and we're reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces. The member knows this. When it comes to CAF housing, we're looking at new solutions through private sector partnerships to give our forces a safe and affordable place to call home. Last week, for the first time in history, we acquired a brand new, privately developed 37-unit apartment complex located near CFP Esquimalt in 5 weeks, Mr. Speaker. This is just one of the ways we are accelerating processes to get our staff members more housing.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is the National Week to recognize early childhood educators in official language minority communities. These are professionals who help our little ones learn and grow. Early childhood is crucial to learn the French language and build a French-speaking identity. Could the minister talk about what our government is doing to support ECEs and boost this workforce so essential that drives our affordable childcare system nationwide? The Honourable Minister of Employment and Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Madawaska-Restigouche for highlighting the exceptional work of early childhood educators throughout the country. Our government has invested over $1 billion to hire, train, and retain more ECEs. We are working with provinces and territories to improve their wages and their training. Because when we support early childhood educators, we also support families and the future of our economy. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing. The Prime Minister talks about economic lessons when his Public Services and Procurement Minister could give lessons in corruption. After 10 years of Liberal government, waste has gone up by 66%. The responses we are here getting today show that they understood nothing about balanced budgets. When will we get over to a period of proper economic management? The Honourable Minister responsible for national revenue. You know what's embarrassing? The official opposition leader who talks about jailing his political adversaries. The official opposition leader who is undermining the rule of law in the country. The official opposition leader denigrating the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And you know what else is embarrassing? The opposition leader is not only not apologizing, 100 of his members of parliament are refusing to denounce these completely inappropriate remarks. His predecessor in Richmond-Arthabaska would have some lessons to teach him. He should follow his example and call out his leader.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
A business that fails to meet its service standards 95% of the time would go bankrupt. But under this Liberal government, that's the standard at the CRA. And what's their answer? Throw more money at the problem. Costs are up 70%, but still 8.6 million calls are being deflected, and 83% of the answers to individual tax questions are wrong. Even the CRA chatbot got questions wrong 2/3 of the time. It's hopeless. If this Liberal government can't even manage its own revenue agency, how can Canadians trust it to ever balance the budget?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve timely, reliable, and accurate service from the CRA. And that's why we thank the Auditor General for her report. Earlier this fall, we embarked upon a 100-day plan to strengthen service, improve access, and eliminate unacceptable delays. And we have good news. Since the launch of the plan, CRA call center service levels have more than doubled. 89% of Canadians getting an answer within 15 minutes. Wow. That is good news. This report will help the CRA build on significant service improvements it has made since September. It will also help guide our government to work as
the Honourable Member for Swift Current Grasslands Kindersley.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General report shows CRA had a huge increase in deflected calls from 1 million to 8 million in 1 year. Wow. People in the Southwest wait hours, sometimes days, to reach a service agent. Then they have to deal with huge delays in resolving their file, even if the CRA made the mistake. CRA fails to meet its own service standards after already lowering them, and the odds are high that the agents will give you inaccurate information. But their budget went up 70%. So why is that with these Liberals? Canadians always pay more, but get less.
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The CRA is providing accurate information to Canadians in nearly all cases. The audit looked at a sample of 167 calls from last spring before we launched our 100-day plan to fix CRA service. The CRA reviews over 100,000 calls every year for accuracy and has found that more than 93% are accurate for inquiries related to taxpayer files. We are focused on delivering service for Canadians. We will get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, cap paper is an integral part of Northern Ontario's economic security, supporting over 2,500 skilled local careers in the region. But a few weeks ago, the community was rocked by the news that cap paper would be shuttering its doors, devastating for the community and for workers and families throughout Northern Ontario. Can the Minister of Industry please tell this House how we are supporting cap paper and other industries, and how our government is standing up for skilled careers and stronger communities?
Honourable Minister of Industry.
Merci. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his hard work, and I would like also to thank the Minister for Jobs and also the Minister for Natural Resources, because we worked together to lay down the groundwork for cap paper to continue its operations in months ahead. Through the conversation we had with cap paper, one thing became clear: they're the heartbeat of Kapuskasing and a vital part of the community. So that is why we came to the table with solutions. We were able to protect the jobs, 300 of them, and all the jobs around Kapuskasing linked to the mill, 2,500 jobs as well.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Kenora Kiwetinong.
After years of talk, this Prime Minister is breaking his promise to get shovels in the ground when it comes to the constantly delayed Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of jobs and billions of dollars are on the line, and yet the Liberals refuse to move this project ahead. The roadway won't even be built until 2028, and the Liberals ignored this project completely on their national priority list, a huge slap in the face to people across Northern Ontario. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals stop with the delays, stop breaking their promise, and get shovels in the ground so that our region can get to work?
Yeah! The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Thunder Bay, Superior North, and The Minister of Jobs and Families, I agree with the member that the Ring of Fire is an extremely important deposit in Northern Ontario. We've been working with the province of Ontario for years to ensure that we have a plan to move forward, and we've been working with the affected First Nations in that riding, which is mine, and we'll continue to focus on the opportunity that the Ring of Fire presents for not just Northern Ontario, but all of Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. At Trudeau Airport, the New Rest Corporation had a meal contract with Air Canada. They knew that they would lose their contract, but they still brought over temporary foreign workers with closed work permits, 3-year work permits. A closed work permit is a terrible thing. It prevents people from changing employers. So now 50 people have gotten the rug completely pulled out from under them. They have no job, and they aren't allowed to find a new one. Will the immigration minister listen to Labour leaders and provide a new open work permit so these people can find new jobs? The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to address this situation. The Temporary Foreign Worker Program seeks to let Canadian employers hire foreign workers when there are no Canadians or permanent residents who are qualified to do the job. We will continuing to bring down the number of temporary foreign workers, and we will work with the member opposite. We are here to protect Canadians, but we are also here to protect employers and businesses who require foreign workers. Thank you. This concludes question period for today.
I'd like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces has now been reset.
What's that?
If members could leave the chamber, those who must leave the chamber, could they please do that quickly and quietly, because we will proceed to the daily routine of business.
Je m'adresse surtout à ce côté de la Chambre.
I'm speaking particularly to this side of the House.
Okay, we must proceed now with a daily routine of business. I would ask the members to leave quietly if they must leave. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Acting Together to Address Derelict and Abandoned Vessels in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 101, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I believe the member for Kamloops, Shuswap Central Rockies has a dissenting report.
As the Vice Chair of the Fisheries Committee, and I'd like to sneak in just a moment to thank my Vice Chair, the Chair of the Fisheries Committee, for co-hosting a Wild Salmon Forever reception last night, where we worked across party lines in the interest of all wild Pacific salmon. So thank you. The Conservative supplemental report on derelict and abandoned vessels is attached to the main report. I thank all of the witnesses from coast to coast to coast for contributing to the study. And while the main report provides a number of recommendations, the Conservative supplemental report only contains two very important recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I urge all Canadians, especially those concerned with derelict and abandoned vessels, to read the report, especially the Conservative supplemental report, for the solutions it provides, and let their local MPs know that it's time for the Liberal government to get serious about protecting our waters, fisheries, and biodiversity. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Johns, seconded by Mr. Boulris. Monsieur Boulris moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a National Day of Remembrance to honor Canadian Armed Forces members who have lost their lives in peacetime in Canada. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today to introduce the Peacetime Service and Sacrifice Memorial Day Act. Today marks 11 years since Corporal Nathan Cirillo was shot and killed while standing guard at the National War Museum in Ottawa. And on Monday marked 11 years since Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent was killed by a vehicular attack while on duty in Quebec. Since 1914, an estimated 2,000 Canadian Armed Forces members have lost their lives in non-combat roles on Canadian soil during peacetime. And I will take time, Mr. Speaker, if I could, to extend condolences to each and every one of their family members. This bill aims to honor these Canadian Armed Force members who made the ultimate sacrifice in service of their country. This bill proposes that on October 22nd become known as Peacetime Service and Sacrifice Memorial Day, and that the national flag of Canada on the Peace Tower be lowered to half-mast on this day. I'd like to thank the member for Rosemont, Le Petit Patrice, for seconding this bill. I'd also like to thank the former member for Cowichan Malahat Langford, Alistair McGregor, who tabled this bill in the last Parliament. I'm honoured to carry this bill forward, and I hope all members in this House will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Johns, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill S-1001, an act to authorize Gore Mutual Insurance Company to apply to be continued as a body corporate under the laws of the province of Quebec, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
That all those who oppose the motion, please say no.
La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the motion. For all those who are opposed, please say nay.
Adopté.
Adopté, passed.
Bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Then we keep going. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to rise on behalf of the people of Riding Mountain. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River are experiencing an alarming increase in violent crime that has threatened the safety and well-being of families across our region. A recent report by the Manitoba West District RCMP found that over an 18-month period, just 2 offenders in Swan River were responsible for over 150 offences. Petitioners continue to suffer the consequences of the soft-on-crime Liberal policies like C5 that repealed mandatory jail time for serious crimes, and Bill C-75, which forces judges to release repeat violent offenders right back onto the streets. Petitioners in the Swan Valley want to see an end to the Liberals' reckless catch-and-release policies so that criminals can stay behind bars. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. And I support the good people of Swan River.
The honourable member for Mission Mascui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of small businesses, including convenience stores, to remove restrictions on the sale of nicotine pouches. Many adult Canadians make use of nicotine pouches to help them quit other tobacco products by relieving cravings and withdrawal symptoms. Only allowing pharmacies to sell the product from behind the counter takes away the freedom of choice on where and how adults can access such products. Small businesses have a track record of selling age-restricted products, including nicotine replacement theories. The petitioners call on the Minister of Health to remove the restriction, and they would also like to remind the government that in British Columbia, hard drugs are legalized, but they won't let convenience stores sell a nicotine pouch.
Honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by the outdoor-loving residents of my great riding of Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. The petitioners are calling on the government to intervene in the aerial spraying of toxic substances. They are concerned the spraying of these substances may pose serious health challenges to the rural and Indigenous residents living in the valley and will disrupt local ecosystems. The nature-loving petitioners are calling for this government to ensure the use of toxic chemicals in our forest does not occur at all. And I'll be presenting more petitions on this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vaudreuil. Who's the guy who just got up
on behalf of animal rights activists and cat lovers across the country. Those that signed this petition from across the country, Mr. Speaker, are doing so in hopes that the Government of Canada will take action to help support and stem the tide of over 4 million homeless cats across the country, Mr. Speaker. They're calling upon the Government of Canada to put in place free sterilization nationwide, Mr. Speaker, and the reason behind this is very simple. They say that sterilization will prevent unwanted litters and thus reduce the number of abandoned cats. It will have a positive effects on cats' behavior, will reduce fights, the risk of communicable diseases, and of course decrease the chance of cats being abandoned. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this 100%, and I thank all those who signed it from across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition from concerned citizens in my riding and across Canada regarding a proposal by the Liberal-led Finance Committee to remove the advancement of religion as a charitable purpose under the Income Tax Act. More than 30,000 registered charities, approximately 42% of all charities in Canada, fall under the category of advancing religion. These faith-based organizations operate food banks, refugee programs, long-term care homes, schools, hospitals, shelters, and much more. Canadians are deeply concerned that removing charitable status from these organizations would undermine not only freedom of religion and expression, but also the ability of these groups to continue their work serving those in need regardless of their backgrounds or beliefs. Therefore, the government must reject this harmful recommendation and protect the charitable status of religious organizations.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to table a petition regarding health care. The backbone of our health care system is our nurses, and nurses are very much concerned, everything from credential recognition to the workloads that they have, to the whole issue of recruitment, and feel that they would like to see more of the provincial and federal governments working in cooperation for the betterment of our nurses, ultimately providing better quality care for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition that's organized by the Peace Train movement. These Canadians that have signed this petition, they're committed to advancing peace and human rights. It's timely, as the peace trainers have traveled across the country, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners note that Canada pledged itself to these principles with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 and reaffirmed them through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. They highlight that justice, equality, and freedom are essential to preventing conflict, while the lack of respect for these rights fuels violence worldwide. The petitioners further stress that Canada lost vital civilian-led capacity for research, education, and training in peace operations with the closure of the Pearson Peace Centre. Therefore, they call upon the Government of Canada to establish and fund a new Centre of Excellence for Peace and Justice to support conflict resolution, diplomacy, and peace building for Canadians in the international community, and a place that can help advance conflict prevention and human rights at home and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, I rise to present a petition timely as we approach Remembrance Day on behalf of constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands and veterans, Canadian Forces members and veterans who are looking at the Compensation Act and some implicit unfairness in the Compensation Act that requires veterans who've suffered injuries to remain inadequately compensated. They point out that Veterans Affairs Canada evaluates disability benefits claims and does so without reasonable time frames for viewing their injuries. They ask that the minister's mandate letter list a dedication to the one veteran, one standard, quote-unquote, approach. Petitioners call upon the Minister of Veterans Affairs to remove any statutory limits on back pay eligibility for the disability allowance and work with individual veterans to achieve a just and due compensation for disability allowance and to do so in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear,
hear. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand for this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
And Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? I think so. Agreed. Yes, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
It's a small matter, Mr. Speaker, but just so that the technical people know and the Speaker's office knows, an erroneous message was sent to all members that we were going to have a vote and that the bells were now ringing. I know the IT people do a spectacular job for us in this place, but I wanted to make sure it was noted so that the problem could be corrected.
I've been informed that it was an error. Thank you, though, for raising that.
I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to request an emergency debate to discuss the crisis facing British Columbia given the Department of Fisheries and Oceans' impending decision for proposed recreational salmon fishery closures. The impact that these proposed closures would have on the small communities across the BC coast will be catastrophic. Port Renfrew, in my riding on South Vancouver Island alone, would lose $11 to $12 million per year, effectively ending Port Renfrew. According to DFO's own statistics, BC could lose over 9,000 jobs, 300,000 salmon anglers, and over $400 million in household income per year. DFO is proposing both commercial and recreational fishing closures with a stated goal of protecting the southern resident killer whales with a decision next month. This proposal targets the recreational fishing industry and ignores numerous other factors that contribute to salmon stock management and the welfare of the southern resident killer whales. The recreational fishing impact on fish stocks is minimal, and in the last few years, salmon stocks in BC have been healthy and are at record levels. In fact, some areas that are facing proposed closures are not even southern resident killer whale hunting grounds, indicating that there are other factors affecting the health of these important whales that are not being considered under this proposal. Based on the catastrophic impact of this potential closure that will have on small communities across British Columbia, I ask the Speaker acknowledge the emergency in British Columbia and the recreational fishing industry by granting an emergency debate.
I thank the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-12, Strengthening Canada's Immigration System and Borders Act.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I rise today to speak about how the legislative amendments proposed in Bill C-12 will continue to uphold our humanitarian tradition and due process, while focusing resources on those who need them and improving confidence in our asylum system. These amendments would strengthen and streamline Canada's asylum and immigration systems. They include new rules related not only to whose asylum claim can be referred to the Immigration and Refugee Board for a decision, but also how claims are received, processed, and decided. Under the legislation, the federal government would no longer refer claims to the Immigration and Refugee Board for an asylum claim decision for claims made more than 1 year after someone first arrives, after June 24, 2020, or claims made 14 or more days after someone enters Canada irregularly between border crossings. The amendments are designed to help protect our system against surges in claims, as well as people who want to use the asylum system to extend their stay in Canada when other mechanisms fail. They're not designed to turn away people with a well-founded fear for their safety should they be returned to their home countries. In these instances, claims would be referred to the removal process, which includes the ability to seek a pre-removal risk assessment. Individuals can request this risk assessment when they believe they have a well-founded fear of removal to a situation where they would face persecution, torture, or other grievous harm, for example. This safeguard gives us confidence that reforms to our asylum system do not undermine our commitment to protecting the world's most vulnerable people. The risk assessment upholds Canada's obligations under international human rights and refugee conventions. It is a well-established mechanism that operates within a larger system today, providing an opportunity for those facing removal to demonstrate they would be at risk of persecution or harm should they be removed. A risk assessment request might highlight information such as conditions in their home country or personal circumstances that make the return unsafe. These could be, for example, political or economic upheaval, armed conflict, or shifting social dynamics in a country. Similarly, personal circumstances such as visibility in activism or family dynamics can heighten the risk of harm should they return. The risk assessment ensures these factors are thoroughly reviewed before any removal order is carried out. It's conducted by trained officers who carefully evaluate the credibility and significance of the evidence presented. This is a rigorous process rooted in a deep understanding of risk and refugee law. The importance of having such a process can't be overstated. Without it, we would lack a critical safety net and there would be a risk of irreversible harm to individuals. Canada's pre-removal risk assessment process gives people a fair opportunity to submit evidence while ensuring that each case is deliberated with the seriousness that it deserves. The process is supported by a wealth of detailed data on country conditions and officers trained to evaluate risk with a high degree of expertise and sensitivity to individual circumstances. This underscores the importance of the pre-removal risk assessment process in maintaining Canada's strong history of refugee protection. The pre-removal risk assessment process also ensures that legislative changes made to our asylum system do not inadvertently expose individuals to harm. It acts as a backstop, allowing policymakers to modernize and strengthen various aspects of our immigration framework while knowing that there is a fail-safe in place. Whether we are streamlining initial asylum decisions, addressing backlogs, or modernizing pathways to protection, the pre-removal risk assessment remains an essential safeguard that gives us the confidence to innovate responsibly. It is important to recognize that the risk assessment is not a tool for delaying lawful removals. Instead, it's about making sure that each person's case is reviewed against the most current information and circumstances so that there is a full consideration of the risks they face and no one is sent into harm's way. This House has the important responsibility of ensuring that Canada's immigration and asylum systems reflect our values of compassion and fairness, while also meeting the needs of an evolving global context and addressing the pressures facing Canadians today. The pre-removal risk assessment process embodies this balance. It reassures Canadians that while we are taking urgent, necessary steps to strengthen our immigration system, we do so without compromising our commitment to protecting human life and dignity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments that my colleague and friend has put on the records in regards to Bill C-12. And one of the issues that I had raised yesterday is the way in which the Prime Minister or the government as a whole is dealing with the issue of securing our borders. It's a lot more than just bringing forward legislation, Madam Speaker. What we've witnessed is a government that is materialized in terms of, for budgetary purposes, allocating additional 1,000 Canada Border Control agents. And when you take a holistic approach as to what the Prime Minister said in the last election, securing Canada's borders, and now we're talking about legislation that's going to do just that, and you complement it with the idea of adding 1,000 Border Control officers, I believe that is a very strong commitment fulfilled by the Prime Minister and by the Liberal government. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to why it was important that we maintain this campaign commitment.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I thank the member for his question. I 100% agree with the thrust of this question. Having robust borders, having robust processes around our borders ensures that our systems are performed correctly, that the people who need to be here are able to be here, the people who need to be removed are removed, and that they are removed in a very effective and just manner.
Questions and comments. Question, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member spoke about the pre-removal risk assessment process as though somehow that is a fair, due process for asylum seekers. Does the member realize that it actually lacks procedural protections, such as the right for oral hearings, such as the right to appeal and the right to have a decision made by an independent body? Does he not view those important measures central for an asylum seeker and to ensure Canada's asylum process is indeed independent as opposed to one where decisions are made by the government's department?
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I agree with the Honourable Member that this process is important, that we do have to make sure that the appropriate checks and balances are in place and that people can get their story properly before the decision makers. I believe that is the thrust of what the advanced risk assessment process is about, to make sure that we put in that additional process, to put in the additional checks and balances, to make sure that the decisions that come forward are in the best interest of the country and of the individuals involved.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the member should read the bill, Bill C-12. In fact...
Please, just Can we check the noise in the corridors, please? Thank you so much. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the member might want to read actually Bill C-12. Bill C-12 actually takes away those procedural protections. It only relies on the pre-removal risk assessments because a host of people would be stripped of their right to go before the Immigration Refugee Board to make their application. That is exactly the concern that I have. So if the government were to ensure people's rights are protected and procedural rights are intact, then what the government has to do is to withdraw this bill and to ensure that the current system of ensuring that the IRB does the review process for asylum seekers' applications is kept in place.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I thank the member for her concerns. I think there are important things to consider, important things to be wary of. But I would also rely on the committee to take a very strong study of this matter and come forward with appropriate recommendations in the course of their deliberations.
Questions and comments. A very brief question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, we know that asylum has been an issue previously, in 2010, 2011, the large numbers. It required an adjustment in the system where we had to make changes to the asylum system. And what we've witnessed, whether it's through the pandemic, the international student issue, that there is a need for change, and Bill C-12 does just that. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts, as at times you do need to modernize, to make changes to retain integrity in the system.
A very, very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it is indeed time to modernize. You know, the world is a very precarious place these days, very, very volatile, and there are many people around the world who are in danger, who want to come to Canada, and we want to make sure that we provide a safe haven, but we need to provide the appropriate checks and balances to do so.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak today in strong opposition to Bill C-12, the so-called Border Security and Immigration Act. So let's be clear, this bill is not a new approach. It is a repackaging, a political sleight of hand. Bill C-12 is simply Bill C-2 with a fresh coat of paint. It does not fix the fundamental problems of its predecessor. It doubles down on the same anti-migrant, anti-refugee agenda and that civil society, legal experts, and human rights advocates have already rejected in overwhelming numbers. Over 300 civil society organizations, from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association to the United Church of Canada, have called for the full withdrawal of both bills. And they're right, because Bill C-12 maintains the sweeping new powers in Bill C-2 related to refugee asylum seekers, and whereby the minister and cabinet, at the expense of transparency and fairness and human rights, can engage in a host of actions and given a host of authority. So let's talk about some of the most egregious elements of what this bill actually does. Bill C-12 gives Cabinet the authority to suspend or terminate immigration applications, to cancel visas, work permits, or permanent resident documents whenever it deems to be, quote, in the public interest. But
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. The Honourable Member may pursue.
But, Madam Speaker, there is no definition of, quote, public interest. None. No guidelines, no guardrails, no requirements for evidence, no judicial oversight. The government can use this clause to shut down entire classes of immigration overnight. Madam Speaker, as reported by CBC, people who apply under the humanitarian compassionate stream, the processing time right now is up to 600 months. That's 50 years. For caregivers, it's 9 years. For the agri-food stream, it's 19 years. For entrepreneurs, 35 years. This is unheard of. And this is all coming out of, by the way, the minister's transition binder. And yes, fear is that the government will just cancel applications en masse. And that's what Bill C-12 would allow the government to do. It is stoking fear. And, you know, if the government wanted to just say, hey, no, Canada wants to shut its door for asylum seekers, then just say it. Instead of actually doing this under the pretense of somehow this is just and fair and respecting procedural fairness. Madam Speaker, this is not good governance. This is not just this government that we need to be concerned about the actions that they might take with this kind of power. It is also giving itself that power to future governments as well. The bill also allows the government to block refugee hearings, to impose retroactive one-year bars on asylum claims, and to strip people of their status en masse. These are powers that echo some of the most extreme anti-migrant policies we have seen south of the border. The Prime Minister likes to claim that this is, quote, modernizing or, quote, efficiency. Is not. Is peddling to the racist, discriminatory narrative with Trump leading the charge. This bill would directly harm refugees and vulnerable migrants, people fleeing war, persecution, and violence. And frankly, it's un-Canadian. Let's remember, Canada once prided itself on being a refuge for those in need. But Bill C-12 sends the opposite message. It says, quote, if you didn't file your paperwork within a year, we don't want to hear your case. Imagine a woman fleeing gender-based violence, arriving in Canada with nothing, struggling with trauma, with no access to legal support, and just trying to survive, and then being told that she is too late to seek safety. As Women's Shelters Canada and Leave have pointed out, arbitrary timelines like these deny survivors the ability to seek protection when they need it most. Why we should not be upholding, we should be upholding the rule of law, not concentrating power in cabinet. Bill C-12 represents a dangerous step backward. It undermines our international obligations, our charter values, our reputation as a country that welcomes those in need. The NDP stands with the hundreds of organizations across the country, civil liberties advocates, refugee lawyers, women's groups, faith communities who are united in saying, withdraw Bill C-12 and Bill C-2. So I ask, how can the government put forward legislation that will knowingly endanger survivors of violence or someone being persecuted for who they love? Or where Madam Speaker, 64 countries, by the way, criminalizes homosexuality. But that's not all. The U.S., under the U.S. administration, Trump's executive orders threatens the rights, health care, and the existence of transgender people. More and more, actually, my office, we're hearing from people who are in fear, who are living in fear in the United States. Bill C-12 is also a blow to civil liberties. It authorizes unprecedented information sharing across departments without proper safeguards. It empowers border agents to access private facilities and detain goods for export. It expands the Coast Guard's role into intelligence collection and surveillance. And even though the government removed some of the most intrusive measures from Bill C-2, like the warrantless access to Canada's private data, the spirit of the bill remains the same: centralization of power and erosion of rights. The International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group has warned that this bill, quote, fast-tracks the most egregious aspects of its predecessor. It doesn't fix the problems, it accelerates them. Let's not kid ourselves, Madam Speaker. Bill C-12 exists because Bill C-2 became too toxic to pass. Rather than listen to the hundreds of organizations demanding its withdrawal, the government chose to split it into two, hoping Canadians wouldn't notice. But we do notice. We notice that these measures come at a time when asylum claims have dropped by 34%, and when the average number of daily refugee claims have plummeted from 165 to 12. So what is the crisis exactly the government is responding to? This isn't about border security. It's about politics. It's about appeasing a Trump-style anti-immigrant, migrant narrative that is creeping into our political discourse. There is a dangerous pattern emerging under this government, an obsession with centralizing authority and sidestepping accountability. It's carrying out the Conservatives' agenda, but by a new Liberal leader dressed in red. Bill C-12 expands Cabinet's ability to rule by order. It gives ministerial unilateral power to cancel applications, suspend rights, and make regulations without parliamentary oversight. And this is not the Canadian way. Our immigration and refugee system should be based on clear laws, fair processes, and independent decision-making, not on who happens to sit in cabinet. Let's recognize who bears the brunt of these policies. Women fleeing violence, LGBTQ2+ refugees seeking safety, migrant workers exploited in precarious jobs, Indigenous peoples in border communities who already face racial profiling. Bill C-12 deepens these inequalities instead of addressing them. So, Madam Speaker, let's make sure we do this right. When we talk about immigration, we're talking about people, families, workers, children who come here seeking safety and a better life. We should be strengthening our refugee system and not weakening it. They put women and girls at risk of being deported back into danger. The one-year bar is a copycat of the U.S. refugee determination system. And get this, in the U.S., the one-year timeline starts at the most recent entry into the United States. Canada's proposal is actually worse. It starts at the beginning, the first time they visit Canada. So that means if you visited Canada some years ago as a child and you're now being persecuted, you will not be able to apply for an asylum here in Canada. And that is wrong, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, we see the extremes. We have the leader of the Conservative Party who in essence wants everyone to leave. And then we have the NDP. I don't think they fully understand what the situation or the reality is on the ground level, Madam Speaker. I really and truly believe that. To try to give some sort of a false impression that there's no need for us to modify or make changes to the system of asylum is, I don't understand it. I deal with immigration every day virtually. Every Saturday I'm talking with people that want to be able to come to Canada. And I do not understand where it is the member is getting her numbers from to try to give the false impression that there's nothing wrong with the system. I think we have a Prime Minister and a government that recognize that we have a very serious situation. We need to stabilize the whole asylum area and stabilize immigration in general. It is good for the Canadian economy for us to do that. Bill C-12 does a good part that, Madam Speaker. I don't understand why does the NDP not support this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Madam Speaker, the numbers actually come from the Minister's transitional binder. I would advise the member to read the bill. The bill is egregious with its violation of the rights. Oh, there's plenty wrong with the Liberals at the helm for the last 10 years in Canada's immigration system. I can go on for days about that. But stripping people of their rights, putting women who face gender violence in danger is not the right way to go. Putting LGBTQ2 members' lives in danger is not the way to go. Stripping refugees their right to due process is not the way to go. In fact, I actually tabled a private member's bill calling for an immigration ombudsperson. That's what we should do to ensure that we should do this fairly, properly, and not just give carte blanche power to a government. And by the way, the Liberals dressed in red, they are just acting like the Conservatives.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Well, you know, I guess if we were to throw insults, you know, she's behaving like a communist, Madam Speaker. You know, like they are so far to the left. Does the member actually understand we have a 7% factor to a 5% factor in terms of temporary permits? Does she believe that Canada should be moving towards that 5%? The Prime Minister and this government does believe we should be moving towards the 5% on temporary permits. Does she support that? And does she support the government trying to address the asylum issue? There is an issue that is there. It's real. Does she believe we should address it? Or should we just sit back, close our eyes, and put our heads in the sand?
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Let me just put this on the record for all members to hear very clearly. My mother just passed away on October the 4th. She left China, a communist regime that attacked her and her family, and they fled and went to Hong Kong and eventually moved to Canada, and where we established. I am not a communist. Let's be clear about that. I am actually being persecuted right now by the Chinese government under the Foreign Interference Act, where they are actually targeting me as an evergreen target. So let's be clear. I am not communist, but I stand for equality, I stand for justice, I stand for what Canada has always been in my eyes, standing for people and protecting them. That's what our refugee system has been, and bit by bit, this Liberal government under Bill C-2 and now under Bill C-12 is eroding that. I want refugee and asylum claimants to have access to due process under the IRB. Yes, there needs to be reform, but not this way.
Let me first offer my condolences to the Honourable Member. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to offer my sincere condolences on the passing of the member's mother. I do believe it's important when we are having debates on such important topics that we get to hear kind of what could make legislation better, because we are at second reading. The legislation will go to committee. So I think that was a little bit of a reaction to the comments made by the member, where suggesting wearing a certain color makes you a certain party and whatever the case is. Right now, this is an important bill. We do need to try to get it right. Canadians are asking for it. We had an elections. Canadians sent us in our respective roles in this chamber, and the NDP knows that they have not even received party status. But they do have an important role to play here. I know I have constituents who also recognize the important work. So I'd ask the member, does she see the value in this legislation? Could it be improved at committee? Does she have some feedback that she would like the government to hear so that we can try to get it right and to serve Canadians the way we all have a desire to do? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Vancouver East.
Let me say this, over 300 civil organizations are against this bill and calling for the government to withdraw it. My question is this: why should a person's claim be ineligible simply because they visited Canada sometime in the past? This is more of an attempt of the government trying to hollow out Canada's refugee determination system at the IRB by preemptively stopping people from even applying or making an application. Perhaps that's the goal of the government. After all, move Canada's system to where almost no one will be heard by the IRB. Canada can do better, and we must do better. And this approach that the government has adopted, the NDP do not support. And we have lots of suggestions of how the government can do it better. Let's engage in proper consultation, scrap this bill, and I will be at the table with the government to work with you to bring better legislation to enhance and support our immigration system.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Provincey. Yes? Okay. It would be nice if we had been advised. Okay. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to speak in the House, and it's always an honour to rise and speak in here. I rise to speak on Bill C-12, of course. And I would like to remind the House how it was Conservatives who forced the Liberals to back down on C-2, which violates Canadians' individual freedoms and privacy. The Privacy Commissioner confirmed that the Liberals didn't even consult with him when trying to grant themselves sweeping new powers to access Canadians' personal information from service providers like banks and telecoms without warrant. Law-abiding Canadians should not lose their liberty to pay for the failures of the Liberals on borders and immigration. Now the Liberals have introduced Bill C-12, and Conservatives will examine this bill thoroughly to ensure that the Liberals don't try to sneak in measures that breach law-abiding Canadians' privacy rights. Canadians are generous and welcoming, Madam Speaker. We believe immigration should be fair, compassionate, and firmly grounded in the rule of law. After years of drift, this bill is a chance to restore integrity at our borders, disrupt transnational crime, and reduce the flow of the deadly synthetic drugs that are devastating families across the country. But security is not just a line on the map. It is reducing the number of ineligible or bad faith immigration applications so that we can better fill vacant healthcare roles in urban, rural, and Indigenous communities with qualified health professionals, including medical radiation technologists, rural doctors, and nurses. It means making sure that the many families in Edmonton Northwest who have waited months or years for IRCC to process applications have certainty about whether their loved ones or caregivers can come and stay in Canada. It is also about welcoming people who are ready to invest their time and resources to help grow Canada's economy. Security is built on trust and respect among neighbours, including Indigenous partners on the Canadian border. It is today's newcomers learning Canada's story and joining the work of reconciliation and building strong communities. C-12 can help us do all of this if we get it right. What does C-12 do in a positive light? Well, first, there are some things that we do agree, and the Liberals have taken steps to strengthen some of the previous iterations of C2. First, it enables CBAS officers to access and examine goods upstream in warehouses and transportation hubs, not just at the last gate. Officers will be able to find contraband hidden deep in supply chains. Second, it accelerates listing the precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl and other street drugs. Third, it improves information sharing among federal agencies and affirms a coastal security role for the Canadian Coast Guard. This is critical across our vast shorelines and in the Arctic. Fourth, it clamps down on the access to financial services by criminal networks who harm our communities. Finally, it helps to address the ongoing epidemic of crimes against Indigenous women and girls by enabling information about sex offenders to be shared with Indigenous police services. Conservatives support many of these principles and these aims because Canadians expect both compassion, safety, and accountability. The toxic drug crisis demands urgency. Drug-related deaths and illness is a daily unwelcome part of Indigenous realities both on and off reserve in our cities where many Indigenous people have chosen to live. This has a devastating effect on the current and future generations of Indigenous people. In Alberta, the toxic drug crisis is hitting Indigenous people far harder than the general population, both on reserve and in the cities. Despite First Nations people being 3 to 4% of Alberta's population, we accounted for 20% of opioid poisoning deaths between 2016 and 2022, and death rates have been reported at 5 to 9 times higher than non-Indigenous Albertans. When I was last chief, the ISC regional director reported life expectancy for Indigenous men in Alberta to be 58 years old, nearly 20 years difference between Canadians. The urban impact is acute. From January to May 25th, Alberta saw a sharp rise in carfentanil-involved deaths, with 68% of opioid fatalities province-wide and 78% in Edmonton involving carfentanil. The most toxic supply is concentrated in major centres where many Indigenous people live, work, and seek services. Organized trafficking networks exploit remote communities and urban corridors, causing loss of life every day. The losses compound intergenerational trauma, housing and economic insecurity, and barriers to culturally safe care, ultimately the resources and capacity for nations to build self-sufficiency. Nationally, more than 53,000 apparent opioid deaths have been recorded since 2016, with BC, Alberta, and Ontario bearing most of the burden, regions with large Indigenous populations both on and off reserve and in urban neighbourhoods. The reasons are complex. Racism in the system of care, housing insecurity, unsupplied policing services, a poison drug supply, and many more things. But one part is clear. organized crime and transnational crime networks are flooding us with deadly products. C12 could help to improve collaboration with Indigenous police forces such as the Blood Tribe Police Services Drug Task Force, which conducts drug trafficking investigations and seizures with the RCMP Crime Reduction Unit near the U.S. border. It could also help other Indigenous police forces follow the lead set by Akwesasne Mohawk Police, which deals with human and other smuggling across its internal borders with New York, Quebec, and Ontario. There are also opportunities to collaborate among First Nations, CBSA, RCMP, and the Coast Guard to build capacity, share crime data, and enforce Canada's laws and First Nation laws on land and water. Bill C-12 could also help disrupt human trafficking networks and prevent crimes against Indigenous women and girls. RCMP-related agencies would be able to better track and share information about registered sex offenders with law enforcement partners, Indigenous governments, and U.S. partners, and facilitate disclosure of offender travel data. Strong cross-border and interagency sharing can help track high-risk offenders who move between jurisdictions that intersect with Indigenous communities on and off reserve. I'd like to acknowledge the Tsuut'ina Police who've worked with also, the U.S. police forces in doing this work. Actually is a real example of the leadership that Indigenous communities can show with their police forces this past year. I asked the government to go beyond symbolic gestures using the tools provided in C-12. After the Auditor General's scathing reports about this government's chronic failure to meet its fiduciary obligations to Indigenous peoples, here is an opportunity to improve safety through collaboration and reconciliation. In conclusion, security and reconciliation are not opposites. They reinforce each other when we walk together and grow trust. We must work with Indigenous leaders on safeguards such as clear limits on secondary use of data, strengthening community relationships and cultural safety, and Indigenous-led measures, so that the expanded powers do not encourage racial profiling or erode trust. C-12 gives tools to make Canada safer if we work together with other communities, real Canadians and Indigenous communities near our borders, our cities, and beyond. I encourage my colleagues to work in committee to amend this bill to better defend our borders and deepen our bonds through trust and security. Even with the Liberals' second attempt at such a bill, it still fails to address things like bail reform. Catch and release is alive and well for those who traffic in fentanyl and firearms and using our porous border to victimize Canadians. Sentencing provisions have not been included as much as they should be. There are still no mandatory prison terms for fentanyl traffickers. There are still no new mandatory prison times for gangsters who use guns to commit crimes, despite the Liberals' campaign against legal gun owners. House arrest is still permissible for some of the most serious offenses. Liberals continue to push for safe consumption sites near schools. At Health Committee, my honourable colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Deepwa, called on the Liberals to shut down fentanyl consumption sites next to children. This is a common sense measure, Madam Speaker. However, the Liberal minister refused to rule out approving more consumption sites next to schools and daycares, despite acknowledging they are repositories for rampant fentanyl use. Only Conservatives will continue standing up for Canadians' individual rights and privacy and hold the Liberals to account on the safety that is needed to protect Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member opposite for his very thoughtful speech. It's really encouraging to see collaboration in this House where we can hash something out at committee, come to a level of agreement for the best interests of all Canadians. In particular, I appreciate him highlighting the impacts of the opioid crisis on Indigenous communities, and I'd suggest that some of those impacts are very similar for urban Indigenous populations across Canada, including Hamilton, and therefore subsequent issues such as homelessness. I'm hoping that as we will very soon be tabling bail reform and sentencing, strengthening sentencing legislation in this House, that we will see a similar level of collaboration among all parties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his comments and his questions. I do agree that bail reform, as mentioned, and tougher on crime is needed, and collaboration is needed across Canadians from province to province, different agencies, CBSA, RCMP, police forces that are provincial, and Indigenous communities, obviously, as well as to urban and rural alike. But I also think that the Liberals need to look at their promises. We put forward solutions on this side of the House too, Madam Speaker, and they denied our solutions when it comes to 3 strikes and putting criminals. I think this country needs to be a little bit more black and white. Tough love is still love in our communities, and I think that the country too itself needs to look in the mirror and really keep its promises to keep Canadians safe.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks about the recent government announcement to hire 1,000 more CBSA officers, considering, among other things, that the union called for 2,000 to 3,000 more officers. So is he satisfied with that 1,000 new hires announcement, or does he think that they should move closer to what the union's calling for, which is 2,000 to 3,000 more hires?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his comments, and certainly I do agree that our police forces, whether they be CBSA, RCMP, other forces, police forces, Indigenous police forces, deserve that investment and that recognition. But I don't get my hopes too high, to be honest, Madam Speaker. This announcement has been made, I think, a number of times now over the last number of months, and not one officer has been hired. And so I do agree that this is a way we need to go forward, but making announcements on spending money is not going to solve it. I mean, we just seen a scathing report on Indigenous policing. $13 million gone unspent in our communities. Money that went to the RCMP didn't flow down to actually hiring officers. And so I do not get my hopes high when these simple rhetoric announcements are made.
The member for Mission Mascouy, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What's become clear during our debate upon C12 over the last number of days is that the measures being taken in this bill are responding to long-standing grievances outlined by the Conservatives, namely on immigration and the open-door policies that Canada suffered under Justin Trudeau. Will some of the steps in this, some of the provisions in this bill, we hope to see some improvement and public confidence about immigration in Canada? What would the member from Alberta like to see in respect to changes to immigration policy to improve public confidence in our immigration system? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
I thank the member for his question, and I reflect upon my own family, Madam Speaker. They live on the First Nation in a rural community next to a large urban center, and they've been noticing that immigration has been mismanaged by the Liberal government, and they feel forgotten about the conversation on how to improve that management of immigration. Certainly, we welcome people who come to this country who can contribute to compassion and have something to offer Canadians, and we can live in harmony. But at this time, too, even when we talk about employment and job readiness, and sometimes we have a worker shortage, well, there's an Indigenous population that has been there forever and has been underutilized. So I'd like to see engagement of First Nations communities to have to be a part of that immigration policy context as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I dive into my comments on Bill C-12, I just want to acknowledge that I was here 11 years ago on this date, October 22nd, when Parliament came under attack by a lone gunman. And I want to again publicly thank our Parliamentary Protective Services and the RCMP for the safety that they provided for all members of this House. And also acknowledge that during that same series of events, Corporal Nathan Cirillo lost his life while being part of the honor guard or the ceremonial guard at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Constable Samirin San took a shot to the foot here in Parliament, and also Constable Curtis Barrett was able to neutralize the threat. So I want to acknowledge those individuals as well. Madam Speaker, this Liberal government is asking Canadians to believe that C-12 is different than C-2 and is a new safeguard for the country. It is not. Behind the new title lies the same design, more intrusion, more bureaucracy, and less freedom for Canadians. Conservatives will stand as the barrier between Canadians and any act that weakens their privacy or erodes their freedoms and mistakes government control for public safety. Bill C-12 must be fixed. When Conservatives forced the government to withdraw Bill C-2, it was more than another Liberal failure. That bill sought to give Cabinet sweeping authority to collect and share potential personal data without judicial oversight. By stopping it, we reminded this government and our country that freedom in Canada is not a privilege granted by the government, but a charter right, which we will not tolerate being trampled by this Liberal government. The withdrawal of C-2 proved that a determined opposition can still discipline a government that has grown careless with its authority and abuse of power. When drafting Bill C-2, the government did not consult the Privacy Commissioner before proposing to grant itself warrant-free access to Canadians' financial and digital records. The text of Bill C-2, and now echoes of it in Bill C-12, envisioned power to retrieve information from banks and telecommunications providers as the minister considers necessary. Wow, no court order, no independent review, no safeguard against those kinds of abuses. A government that can reach into private accounts and call it protection is not defending citizens. It is blatant overreach, and rather than a protection and a control over them, Canadians deserve a better than governance by surveillance. Law-abiding Canadians should not forfeit their freedoms to pay for this government's negligence at the border. Years of weak enforcement and negligent immigrant management have left Canada vulnerable to the very criminal networks that this bill claims to confront. Rather than tightening entry controls, this government has turned inward, treating every citizen as a potential suspect. Bill C-12 is not a defense of sovereignty, but an admission that the government has been unable or unwilling to control those who seek to enter illegally, so it will instead attempt to control its citizens. Until the government can provide the security and protection of our freedoms and sovereignty, Canadians will be the ones that will bear the consequences of bad Liberal policies they never asked for. Years ago, Justin Trudeau said he admired what he called the basic dictatorship of Communist China. Those marks were not casual. They revealed a mindset that efficiency matters more than consent, that control is strength, and that democracy is a hindrance to decisive rule. Yet again, this is Liberal government, and this is the same as this Liberal government is demonstrating that it still thinks like Justin Trudeau. Bill C-12 carries the same impulse. Translated into law, it hides coercion in the language of administration. It expands government access to personal data, centralizes authority in ministerial hands, and calls the intrusion public safety. The bill empowers officials to require any person to provide any information relevant to the minister's determination. These are not targeted investigative powers. They are open-ended instruments of surveillance disguised as administration. Canadians should believe Liberals when they say things like this. The Liberal project has been to replace accountability with administrative control. One regulation, one surveillance clause, one warrantless power at a time. Now the government returns with Bill C-12, revised in wording, unchanged in purpose. Canadians have learned what that means: less privacy, more bureaucracy, and another significant overreach into their lives under the banner of safety. We will examine every line, every clause, and every authority that it grants. We will ensure that there are no hidden regulations that turn oversight into surveillance. We are not a passive opposition. We are now the country's safeguard in Parliament. Canadians may have elected this government, but we will still protect them from its overreach. We will defend their right to live free from suspicion, to transact without intrusion, and to remain citizens, not data points in a government database. Bill C-12 does nothing to correct the failures of the bail system that releases violent offenders back into our streets. A government serious about justice would not tolerate repeat offenders moving drugs and weapons while communities bear the cost. The reality is that Canadians are living with the consequences of a system that mistakes leniency for progress. True public safety begins with the control of the border and certainty of punishment. Those who traffic fentanyl, smuggle weapons, or endanger lives must face penalties appropriate to the crime, and ones that will keep our citizens safe. A government that fails to enforce its own law creates conditions for chaos. A nation that cannot or will not secure its border cannot guarantee the security of its people. On sentencing, the failures are unmistakable. Bill C-12 leaves untouched the absence of mandatory prison time for those who traffic in fentanyl, an offense that destroys Canadian families and communities every single day. It introduces no new mandatory penalties for gang members who commit crimes with illegal firearms. The government imposes restrictions on law-abiding hunters and farmers while failing to strengthen penalties for those who commit crimes with illegal firearms, which is by far the vast majority of gun-related crimes. This inversion of justice reveals a deeper problem, the failure to connect law with consequence. Deterrence works only when punishment is certain and proportionate. Without it, every sentence becomes a suggestion, and every criminal learns that Canada will forgive what it refuses to prevent. A government that governs without moral distinction cannot preserve order. When there is virtually no distinction between crime and compliance, and they are treated alike, the rule of law decays. Canadians do not ask for vengeance, they ask for accountability, for a justice system that protects the innocent, restrains the violent, reestablishes moral clarity in law, and provides appropriate punishments for criminals. Even for serious violent offenses, Bill C-12 continues to permit house arrest. A criminal who has shattered lives should not complete punishment on the couch in his living room playing Xbox. The government calls this rehabilitation. In truth, it signals that consequences have been replaced by convenience. When justice no longer imposes real cost on wrongdoing, crime becomes just another risk of the trade for those who profit from it. And for those who are accountants and listening today, criminals do a cost-benefit as well, and have obviously determined that under the liberal justice system, the cost is worth the potential benefit. This is so wrong. The measure of justice is not leniency, but credibility. Every time the government offers comfort to those who destroy others' lives, it destroys the authority of law and the safety of the public. If the government will not restore the proportion between crime and punishment, Parliament must. The government's tolerance of so-called safe consumption sites near schools is a direct failure of responsibility, and it's abhorrent. No responsible nation permits narcotics facilities near schools and describes it as public health policy. These neighborhoods deserve order, not policy experimentation presented as compassion by a woke government. What the government calls harm reduction has become harm relocation, shifting the crisis from alleyways to doorsteps and from addicts to families. Leadership demands drawing lines, and the first line must always be to protect the innocent. Canadians are watching a government that punishes a law-abiding citizen while excusing repeat offenders. It expands bureaucracy, weakens enforcement, and governs through regulation instead of principle. Conservatives stand for something different. We stand for a notion where law protects the innocent, not the offender, where privacy belongs to the citizen, not to the government, where power is exercised under restraint, not carelessly or impulsively. Real leadership defends the public without breaking the confidence. Real justice distinguishes guilt from innocence instead of confusing both through bureaucratic process. Bill C-12 fails every one of those tests. It adds layers of control but no layers of accountability. It strengthens institutions while breaking public confidence. It calls expanded surveillance security and judicial leniency as reform. As Canadians, as Conservatives, we will defend Canadians and ensure the government once again serves rather than manages them. Canada deserves order rooted in freedom, justice grounded in truth, leadership that governs with courage instead of suspicion. That is what Conservatives will restore.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member opposite for his comments and for expressing some sentiments that we hear in communities across the country. Canadians are aware that there are challenges in our cities, and they have turned to this government and the leadership of the Prime Minister.
Interrupt the honourable member. The honourable member is not.
Member from Victoria is not wearing it. You are wearing a tie.
Apologize and resign.
And the honourable member should not be recognized. The honourable member is not in his seat. The honourable member for Victoria with apologies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague opposite for his remarks and for expressing sentiments that many Canadians share, that we have challenges in our cities that require focused attention, that require policy revisions, and that's what the government is taking on board. That is exactly the set of commitments that have already been announced and will be released in legislation forthcoming this week. Will the member agree that one of the changes that's being called for by stakeholders across the country to address some of these challenges has to do with reforming our bail system so that people who are repeat violent offenders or repeat chronic offenders will be no longer on our streets, able to create some of the urban disorder that is ultimately leading to some of the challenges and the social disruptions that the member is concerned about?
The Honourable Member for Province.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Victoria for acknowledging many of the things I said in my speech. That the lack of accountability, the lack of real consequences for violent repeat offenders, and doing things like putting injection sites next to schools are creating lots of our problems in our societies, in our communities. And I applaud him for his recognition of the things identified in my speech, and I hope that together we can move legislation that will protect Canadians better while not intruding on their privacy.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotvin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, does he agree with us and with the Union for Border Officers? We all agree that there's a problem with personnel. We need to have more staff. I'm not minimizing or downplaying that. There's a lack of staff, but does he agree that we should allow the CBSA's patrol staff to go between border stations, not to do the RCMP's work, but to provide more flexibility to operations?
Thank you to the member from the block there for that question. Of course, we were very disappointed in this Liberal government's failure to hire the 1,000 promised CBSA officers that would have strengthened our security at our borders. Would we support expanding the authority that CBSA officers have in between ports, as now they only have jurisdiction around a perimeter, around a certain perimeter around each port of entry? I think that is something that should be looked at, should be considered. It's not a bad idea. We need to strengthen our borders.
Member for Yorkton Melbourne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that at the Health Committee, one of our colleagues called on the Liberals to shut down fentanyl consumption sites next to children. However, the Liberal Health Minister refused to rule out approving more consumption sites next to schools and daycares, despite acknowledging their fentanyl usage in the area. I live in an area where there is a school downtown, and I watch parents walk with their children in the morning out of apprehension. At 4 in the morning, there are street and sidewalk cleaners out washing the streets because of the dynamics around 2 consumption sites in my community area and near a school. So I would ask what the member would say in response to the fact that this is an issue related to family and children and safety in our communities. Police sirens and ambulances heard night and day. People are living on the street in the corners of retail spaces in the area that I walk to and from work. So I would like to ask the member to just expound more on how it is that this is even allowed. It's incomprehensible when we think about the values of our children and our families.
Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Saskatchewan for her observations about the damage that is being done by these supervised injection sites and how reprehensible and absolutely abhorrent it is that some of these sites are located next to schools and where children are exposed to that kind of activity, but also to the fact that they have to be careful that they avoid used and spent needles and other kinds of debris and carnage from that kind of activity. I think that is something that needs to be addressed. I don't think there should be any supervised injection sites at all in Canada. I think what we need to do is we need to treat people. We need to give them hope. We need to help them out of their addiction.
We are out of time, but I also have a point of order from the honourable member for Northern Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not want to ruin the member's clip, but I think Being accurate in this place is important. Applications are made to Health Canada. Health Canada can approve or deny them, but Health Canada does not pick the location, and the Conservatives should stop misleading Canadians.
It is subject to debate, but yes, we are out of time. Yes, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at that time of advertisement are as follows.
Member for Nunavut on Northern Affairs, the Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsula's oil and gas industry. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Madam Speaker, after 10 years of Liberal failure, Canadians now face a cost of living crisis, a crime crisis, a border crisis, a housing crisis, and a border crisis. And this government has the nerve to stand up here today and pretend that Bill C-12 will strengthen Canada's immigration systems and borders. This bill will not fix our immigration system. It does not protect Canadians. It does little to stop the flow of fentanyl, guns, gangsters, or illegal crossings. And it most certainly does not defend the rights and freedoms of law-abiding Canadians. This bill is a second attempt at a failed Liberal Bill C-2, which, of course, they didn't spend much time working on over the summer. Madam Speaker, before we even get into Bill C-12, we have to remember how we got here. Just about a month ago, the Liberals tried to ram through Bill C-2, giving themselves sweeping, warrantless powers to seize Canadians' personal information from banks and telecoms. No warrants, no judicial oversight, no transparency, and no respect for the Charter or for Canadians. It was so abusive, so invasive, and so offensive to our democratic tradition that the Privacy Commissioner confirmed the Liberals didn't even bother to consult him. The Liberals planned a mass surveillance power grab and hoped Canadians wouldn't notice. The Liberals got caught, and Conservatives forced them to back down, go back to the drawing board, and rewrite this bill. That is the only reason why we're debating Bill C-12 today, because the Liberals' first attempt was exposed as a direct assault on Canadians' privacy, freedom, and basic civil liberties. Law-abiding Canadians will not be treated like criminals just because the Liberals cannot control the border that they themselves have broken. So now the Liberals are back with Bill C-12, promising that this time it'll be different. Well, Conservatives will scrutinize every line, every clause, every hidden catch to ensure the Liberals are not sneaking in another assault on Canadians' rights, freedoms, and civil liberties. Because this Liberal government has forfeited the benefit of the doubt. When this Liberal government tries once to spy on Canadians without a warrant, only a fool would trust them a second time. Madam Speaker, this bill barely touches on the #1 border threat facing this country, the illegal flow of fentanyl, weapons, and violent criminals across our border. It makes no mention of the badly needed bail reform to the Liberals' catch and release revolving door injustice system. It makes no reference of mandatory prison sentences when the Liberals brought house arrest to dozens of serious crimes. It makes no reference to cracking down on fentanyl traffickers and gangs doing drive-bys in our once safe neighborhoods. And it makes no reference to hiring more CBSA officers, which the Liberals promised to do in their election platform. Under this Liberal government, drug traffickers walk free on house arrest, gangsters avoid mandatory jail time, and repeat violent offenders are released again and again under their Liberal catch and release bail. None of this will stop a single fentanyl dealer or gun smuggler with real punishments and consequences. Madam Speaker, this government actually believes that someone trafficking poison into our communities should be able to serve their sentence at home on the couch watching TV. Because remember, the Liberals legalized hard drugs. They brought in taxpayer-funded hard drugs and flooded them into our streets. And they also brought in drug consumption sites. Conservatives believe fentanyl traffickers and drug kingpins should be in prison. And they should be in prison, and those with 40 milligrams or more should be treated like the mass murderers that they are and should receive life imprisonment. Yet this bill does absolutely nothing to change that. The Liberals obsess over illegal gun owners while doing nothing, absolutely nothing, to put the gangsters behind bars. The Liberals target law-abiding hunters and farmers while letting fentanyl traffickers out on bail. It is backwards and dangerous, and Canadians are paying the price. Madam Speaker, while this border crisis spreads fentanyl into our communities, the Liberals are opening and defending drug consumption sites near schools and playgrounds. Conservatives demanded not too long ago that the Liberals shut down overdose sites next to children. And what did the Liberal health minister have to say? They refused to rule out approving more drug injection sites, even though they acknowledged that these sites are filled with rampant fentanyl use. Liberals won't reverse the policies that got us into this mess in the first place. The Liberals won't jail fentanyl traffickers. The Liberals won't stop illegal border flows. The Liberals won't even protect school zones from drug and consumption sites. This is not compassion. It's government-orchestrated chaos. Now let's talk about the reality that Bill C-12 pretends to address, but doesn't. Canada now has 3 million temporary residents, over 7% of our population, and that number is going up every day. Canada now has 500,000 undocumented individuals, and that number is also going up every day. It has 300,000 asylum claims in the queue, and of course, it's also growing every day. And what's the result? Our housing is collapsing, our healthcare is collapsing, our job market is collapsing, and our communities are simply overwhelmed. The Liberals created a chaos, and now they want more power, not to fix it, but to cover up the mess that they made. Let's not forget how much this border crisis is costing taxpayers. Conservatives uncovered just how badly the Liberals have mismanaged the interim federal health program. Under their Liberal government, federal health care costs to asylum claimants have exploded to $456 million per year, representing a 1,186% increase since 2016. These coverage include benefits that many Canadians pay out of pocket or don't receive at all: vision care, counseling, physiotherapy, assistive devices, home care, nursing homes, pharmaceuticals, you name it. Canadians are a compassionate people, but is it really fair for non-citizens to get health care coverage that Canadians themselves don't receive? There has been a 376% increase in claims and an 1,100% increase in reimbursements since the Liberals took office. Meanwhile, the Liberals spent $1.1 billion in hotels for asylum claimants and $1.5 billion more to provinces for refugee costs. While Canadian citizens wait in ER hallways, seniors can't get long-term care, and families can't find a family doctor. Canadians are compassionate, but is it really fair that non-citizens get better benefits than Canadians and law-abiding newcomers alike who have paid their taxes and paid their dues their entire lives? Only the Liberals can think this is an acceptable situation. The Liberal Prime Minister and his Liberal MPs have created a system where Canadians wait, Canadians sacrifice, Canadians pay, and everyone else gets priority. Canadians have been paying into our healthcare system for their entire lives. Our seniors and families all across Canada deserve to reap the rewards of their hard work by getting the healthcare when they need it. Instead, our healthcare system is already overwhelmed and over capacity, and Canadian seniors can't get the treatment they need. It's not sustainable. Canadians are proud and caring people, but unvalidated asylum seekers should not be getting better benefits than Canadians do. We need immediate reform. The Liberals call that compassion, but I call that betrayal of Canadian taxpayers. This is not sustainable, it is not fair, and Canadians expect more from this Liberal government. Madam Speaker, let's expose this bill's failures every step of the way and make sure that it works for Canadians. Conservatives will always stand up for secure borders, privacy and freedom, jail not bail for fentanyl traffickers and violent criminals, no more drug sites next to schools, an immigration system that is fair, sustainable, and one that puts Canadians first. Because compassion must have limits, immigration must have lawful, and sovereignty must be preserved. This country is worth fighting for, and our borders matter. Our safety matters, our freedom matters, our privacy matters, and Canadians matter. Conservatives will always stand up and fight for hardworking Canadians. The Liberals continue to distract from a border crisis, a crime crisis, and an immigration crisis entirely of this Liberal government's making. It will not fix the problem. It will not stop the flow of drugs, guns, gangs, or illegal crossings that are flowing into the border at record levels. And we will not let the Liberals use this as a backdoor to violate the privacy, rights, and freedoms of Canadians again. Conservatives will fight for Canadians. We will fight to restore public safety on our streets, to secure our border, to restore our sovereignty, and for putting Canadians first once again. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Because someone says something doesn't necessarily mean it's a reflection on reality. And let me give a specific example. This member and Conservatives have consistently been saying injection sites and being critical of the federal government. To be very clear, it is the province's responsibility, and they're the ones that ultimately give the consent to where those injection sites are going. What the Conservatives are saying is that Ottawa should override a provincial responsibility. But they don't say that, Madam Speaker. Instead, they try to give an impression that the federal government wants injection sites by playgrounds, which is just wrong. And you'll find that in the comments that they often give in their speeches, the same sort of thing, a simple statement is expressed, but when you dig into it, you find out that it's exceptionally misleading. My question to the member is, why does the Conservative members consistently do that?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Madam Speaker, this is another example of the Liberals trying to divide, deny, and distract. Canadians are fed up. Over 50,000 Canadians have died from the opioid crisis, which is a higher death toll than the Second World War. And they continue to do nothing about it. Conservatives will lock up the fentanyl kingpins as the mass murderers that they are and keep them in prison for life. But the Liberals want to deny, deflect, divide, and distract. So I have a question for this Liberal member. Will he stop the expansion of drug consumption sites next to schools, daycares, and playgrounds?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A little word of advice to my colleague. It's fine to be very critical of bills, but at the same time, it is important to keep one foot in reality. I heard him talking about fentanyl and supervised consumption sites, and his description has little to do with the message that experts are sending us. During the campaign, we supported a supervised consumption site that was backed by data that we knew was a useful public health tool. It didn't have fentanyl in it. Same can be said for firearms. I've never seen anyone able to demonstrate to me that a hunting rifle has been banned. Sure, assault rifles have been banned, but not hunting rifles. The job of legislators is to give information. Well, I would advise him to be careful of the information he is spreading.
Madam Speaker, I find it very rich. The member is asking for information, so let me give him some information. So this is from the Health Canada website. So unless the Health Canada is also misleading because the Liberal member keeps accusing members of this House of misleading Canadians. So according to the Health Canada website, again, fentanyl and its analogs were involved in 33% of opioid-related poisoning emergency department visits from January to June of 2024. The percentage of all opioid-related poisoning emergency department visits that involve fentanyl and its analogs has increased 106% since 2018 when national surveillance began. This is a real problem. It's not just killing Canadians, it's not just ripping up families, it's not just destroying communities and causing trauma to loved ones, it's also overwhelming our healthcare system. So Conservatives will take action. The Liberals will continue to distract, divide, and deny.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and he was just asked a question from the member by Winnipeg North, and the member intimated that nobody wants safe injection sites next to school, and hey, I think we can all agree with that. Where I part company with the Liberal Party is whether we will permit safe injection sites near schools. The problem is that under the current regime, there have been safe injection sites that are far too close to the vulnerable people. So, my question for my colleague is this: does he agree with this, and would he like to expand? Because clearly these things are happening far too close to vulnerable populations, and nothing is being done. It's not a matter of wanting it, it's a matter
I have to give a very short time to the honourable member to make a brief comment.
That's right. When I was campaigning for the election, I was knocking on doors. Parents told me this. They don't want their kids to be stepping on needles when they go to the park to play. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise today quite disturbed, deeply disappointed that despite widespread criticism of Bill C-2 from civil liberty groups, migrant groups, experts, and human rights advocates, the Liberals are attempting to repackage pretty much the same bill under a new title, Bill C-12, which has so many of the same alarming and unacceptable abuses of international law and charter rights. This revised border security bill would maintain a host of the government's new immigration powers introduced in Bill C-2, including the ability to limit immigration applications and cancel existing documents when the government deems it to be in the public interest, all the while pushing through huge overreaching powers for the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Madam Speaker, I am the proud representative of Winnipeg Centre, home to 70% of refugees that move into Manitoba. They are my neighbours, and they are my friends, and they have a right to have their human rights upheld. This bill has many troublesome, has raised much concern, including what experts are flagging the detrimental impact on women and LGBTQ people. We know that if this bill is what this bill is about, and it's not about border security from my perspective, it's about appeasing a leader to the south who is showing us more and more every day, even having military go after his own citizens. It's about appeasing a right-wing, authoritarian leader in the White House. And we know his immigration policy includes ICE ordering masked federal officers that go into communities and arrest individuals with human rights protected under international law. And it's funny to me to watch the member from Winnipeg North across the way smiling during my speech when his constituency is, in fact, Madam Speaker, home to a vibrant and diverse immigrant populations. It is a border in which I am very proud to share.
The Honourable Government Chief Whip.
Madam Speaker, the member from Winnipeg North and I were having a conversation, and then we overheard his name being mentioned by this member in her speech.
The constituency.
The constituency, but the point is that she's making an outlandishly false claim right now by suggesting that he was laughing or smiling at her in a mocking way. This simply was not the case, and she should not be engaging in that kind of activity.
I wasn't actually looking, but the honourable member was making her speech, and she has a certain leeway in what she can say in her speech. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And we know that much of what's happening in the States with the attack on immigrants, with the attack on asylum seekers, primarily it's impacting people of color in cities across the United States. I don't want to see Canada appease that kind of racist, dogmatic, fascist behavior that we're seeing south of the border. And just like in the case of the unconstitutional Bill C-5, Bill C-12 creates a power for Cabinet to create, in quotes, orders made in public interest. This would give the government an unchecked power to stop receiving applications for visas, for other residency permits, to suspend processing immigration applications, and to target measures against, in quotes, certain foreign nationals. There is no definition in this bill of what is in quotes, public interest in Canadian law, and no explanation contained in that bill. So how do we know, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal cabinet or any future cabinet will not in fact pursue its own interests, or worse yet, the interests of Trump, the Trump administration, through this unconstitutional legislation? This bill is also very problematic for the safety of women and girls. Several women's organizations, in fact, Madam Speaker, including Women's Shelters Canada, the Canadian Women's Foundation, the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, have said, in quotes, survivors of violence are uniquely harmed by arbitrary timelines and restricted pathways in immigration, which denies survivors the ability to seek protection when they most need it. Any changes to C2 that do not remove the immigration provisions will continue to put vulnerable women at risk. End of quotes. And a broad coalition, Madam Speaker, of civil liberties groups, data privacy, refugee and migrant rights, and gender justice organizations strongly oppose the government's introduction of Bill C-12, which seeks to fast-track rather than address many aspects of Bill C-2's myriad of problems. In fact, a coalition of over 300 organizations are reiterating their call for the full withdrawal of both bills. And that coalition, Madam Speaker, includes Amnesty International, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Labour Congress, the United Church of Canada, the Migrant Rights Network, and the Canadian Council for Refugees, and Amnesty International. Tim McSorley, who is an international civil liberties monitoring group, part of, indicated in quotes that Bill C-12 does not fix Bill C-2. It fast-tracks some of the most egregious aspects while still moving forward with the rest. Our government has made it abundantly clear that they will continue to fight every privacy-violating measure Bill C-2 still contains, and are only introducing Bill C-12 to get restrictions on migrant and refugee rights adopted sooner. Well, Madam Speaker, as parliamentarians, we are obliged to uphold international law, and that includes international conventions that we are signatories to, including international human rights, which grants asylum seekers the right to seek protection from prosecution. This is most notable, in fact, Madam Speaker, in Article 14 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the 1951 Refugee Convention. A core principle of this is non-refoulement, which means that countries are prohibited from returning refugees to a place where their life or freedom is at risk. Countries are obliged to assess asylum claims fairly and protect refugees from being sent back to danger. I think about the number of refugees that have made Winnipeg Centre my home that I'm proud to now have as neighbors, who fled life and death circumstance. We have a legal obligation to not close our borders on them. Article 14 states that, in quotes, everyone has the right to seek and enjoy in other countries asylum from persecution, end of quotes. And it notes that this right does not apply to those genuinely prosecuted for non-political crimes or acts against the UN principles. And this is a fundamental principle, the principle of non-refoulement. This fundamental principle of international law is also found in other international treaties, human rights treaties that we are signatories to, that prohibits the forced return of refugees to a country where they face a serious threat to their life or freedom. This is considered a customary international law that applies to all countries. So, Madam Speaker, I felt very strongly about the NDP's position on this particular bill, a bill that violates international law, a bill that in fact violates the rule of law, a bill that will impact our reputation around the world, that feeds into the racist, anti-immigrant, xenophobic tropes that we are seeing coming from the South. Let's put silence on that voice, and let's be what Canada has always been, a home welcome to all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
Madam Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I'm hoping to work together with her on a private member's bill I've put forward on an area of mutual interest. And I thought it was interesting she spoke about immigration, because my parents, it's no secret, I've spoken about this many times, they immigrated to Italy, so from Italy, I should say, to Canada. So I owe everything I have to immigration. Standing on this green carpet, this was an immigrant's dream, really. So that just caught my ear. Now, with respect to C12, if she could have one amendment sitting at the committee table, she's talked about immigration. Is there anything else that she sees in C12 that she would point to as saying this must be addressed? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you to my honourable colleague, and I'd like to thank him for that very thoughtful question. I support the over 300 civil liberties organizations that are saying we need to get rid of this bill. Look, I am ashamed as a member of Parliament, as a legislator, that we are being forced to vote on a bill that is in direct violation of the rule of law and is in direct violation of conventions we've signed on to. I think we need to listen to those recommendations, take them seriously, and if it should be salvageable, which I don't believe it is, then I think we need to pretty much write a whole new bill.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member.
Sorry, let's go again. The Honourable for Hamilton West and Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her speech and continuously raising some of the very troubling issues that we're seeing from the U.S. administration south of the border. One aspect in particular is the tendency to use the justice system as retaliation against political foes. And I wonder if the member opposite has any comments on the leader of the opposition's comments in bringing that style of U.S. justice system retaliation against political foes to Canada. Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way, and certainly, that is irresponsible of a leader. But let me be clear, Madam Speaker, they are abusing their powers as government to violate international law, to give cabinet and the Prime Minister unprecedented amounts of power. And I think, with all due respect to the member across the way, I think he needs to clean up his own backyard in addition to commenting on others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Dagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, because obviously there are some significant differences of opinion among the parties, but I think we agree on workers' rights. And the Customs Officers Union called for a number of things. They said, you're not listening to us, you're not consulting us. So as in many other files, this lack of consultation leads to disastrous results. So what about the workers who on a daily basis have to protect national safety? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I think we're targeting the wrong people with this bill, quite frankly. I mean, when Trump came out and accused Canada of being a key exporter of fentanyl across the border, that was a bunch of hooey. You know, when we're talking about workers, what this bill does is it impacts migrant workers. We know the most exploited workers are migrant workers. Migrant workers are protected under international law. This bill violates the right of migrant workers, violates the right of refugees, violates the right of asylum seekers, violates people's civil liberties. I think we need to get rid of this bill and actually do a bill that addresses the concern without attacking immigrants, refugees, and migrants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Your call. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable, Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for adding the last part of my riding's name. That's a very significant addition, very important addition. First of all, let me thank Divya Day, who is taking part in the parliamentary intern program, and she's a brilliant, dynamic young woman. She speaks excellent French, and she chose a member from rural Quebec to work with. And I hope a number of people from Toronto will do the same thing, follow her example. And she helped me today with my research and the drafting of this speech. Obviously, between the two of us, I added the partisan aspects of this speech because the interns are not supposed to engage in that. But she's definitely wrote parts of this speech, and I'd like to congratulate all the interns on the path that led them here. And this program allows young Canadians to experience being at the heart of decision-making on our beautiful Parliament Hill. Madam Speaker, let's get down to brass tacks here and discuss Bill C-12. Before I get into the details of the bill, I'd like to step back and look at this Liberal government's full record over the past 10 years. Since this Prime Minister was elected, we've seen the largest pothole operation you've ever seen. You know what a pothole is. After winter, our roads are full of holes. Little ones, big ones, even huge ones, developing holes, holes all over the place. Potholes in all of our municipalities, Madam Speaker. And in the spring, just before summer, when spring just begins to poke its nose through the snow, there are municipalities that get down to work to fill in as many potholes as possible, as quickly as possible, before they get bigger, before they damage cars, and before any pedestrians get injured. And with the best intentions in the world, I imagine, Madam Speaker. But the problem with fixing potholes is that it's often done hastily, and the problem is not actually fixed. It's just a Band-Aid. It's a a patch-up. It's aesthetic. It's a superficial repair. And the problem, instead of being fixed, is just going to get worse year after year, because the next year the pothole is going to be a little bit bigger. And if it's just been superficially repaired, it's going to have to be repaired again. So that's the problem with C12. Quite simply, it's like we're coming out of a long, harsh winter, a 10-year-long winter, during which the Liberals have been patching up potholes all over the place. There are potholes everywhere after 10 years of Liberal mismanagement, whether it's justice, immigration, passports, CRA. The long Liberal winter has created potholes all around. And I didn't even mention the great, big, huge pothole, the biggest of all, which is in public finance. We're talking about the deficit caused by inflationary spending, and that has basically caused little holes in all Canadians' pockets, making it hard for Canadians to pay for everything they need. Canadians are struggling. They're making the tough choices in the grocery store. And today, the Liberals, what they're doing is they're trying to say that spring is here. Since they took office, they've been hiding things under the snow, but now that the snow is melting, what we're seeing is not good. Their ideological, woke, liberal ideology has caused damage that Canadians are going to pay for years. So this pothole operation is a superficial operation. It's just patching up problems. It's Band-Aid solutions. And after C2, C12 is a damage control measure to try to cover up all the damage they've caused over the past 10 years. Now let's talk about immigration. The government has created a dependency, a situation where our businesses are dependent on temporary foreign workers. And the Liberals made promises to those workers when they decided to come to Canada. So it's a contradiction. So this dependency was created. Our businesses are dependent on temporary foreign workers. And now there's an attempt to break that promise, to get businesses off that dependency. And the government seems to be forgetting that those temporary foreign workers are human beings, and they came here with aspirations to settle in Canada. Now, the program was supposed to deal with a short-term labor shortage, a temporary labor shortage, but the Liberals have turned this program into an ongoing permanent program. And so now we're stuck with a situation where a situation that was working well, that was meeting its goals, serving its purpose, is now creating chaos, and the government has neglected the program so that people who came in through the proper channels now are not going to be allowed to stay because the system, quite simply, is broken. With Bill C-12, the problem is not being fixed. The temporary foreign workers program problem is not being fixed. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that will make it harder and harder for all those people that were welcomed here with open arms by the former Prime Minister after he sent out a tweet saying everyone was welcome in Canada. So all those who came on the faith of that welcoming message, they're going to be disappointed. This is harming people, families, and businesses. After a decade of disastrous Liberal management of the immigration system, the number of asylum seekers is now 296,000 claimants. That's huge. It used to be 10,000 a year. Now we're up to over 200,000. It's going to take 25 years for all those applications to be processed. It's absolutely unacceptable. It's disastrous. And that is the attitude of this Liberal government. their attitude towards immigration as a whole is what has caused this situation, this desperate situation that is causing people caught within the system, is causing them to despair. Now let's talk about crime. The number of violent crimes has increased by 40% after 10 years of Liberal rule. Murder is up. Sexual assault is up by 74%. Extortion is up by 357%. And what have the Liberals done to protect Canadians? Nothing. On the contrary, they've contributed to the situation by passing bills like C5, C75, letting criminals out, allowing them to serve their sentence under house arrest, and putting them back on the street as quick as possible. And now, the Prime Minister, who promised to take action, has done nothing in 7 months. C12 maybe might plug some holes, but it will not make up for the damage caused by this long Liberal winter, 10 years long. My time is running out, but I'd like to say that the Liberals are trying to tell us that spring is on the way, but the operation has not yet begun. It seems like winter's already hot on our heels. This Prime Minister had promised to spend less. He spent twice as much as his predecessor already. He promised to keep the deficit down. Now we learn that it's going to be much higher than the most spendthrift Prime Minister we'd ever seen, his predecessor. And so the potholes are not getting smaller, they're only getting bigger. We're going to be going through another winter of Liberal excessive spending. The deficit is going to be the biggest in a generation. So let's not be fooled, Madam Speaker. C12 will indeed plug a few potholes, but it will not make up for the damage of the past 10 years of Liberal rule, unfortunately. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you can see, the member opposite is getting excited about November 4. I think there's going to be a lot of wonderful things for Canadians. He'll find that the budget will be a reflection of what it is that Canadians have been telling this government for months now. I think the new Prime Minister has made it very clear on whether it's the asylum, the temporary permits, or permanent residence, that we want to stabilize, and that is the goal of the government. It's the goal of this Prime Minister, and we are moving in the right direction with respect to that, Madam Speaker. Bill C-12 is a significant step forward. Just like back in 2010, 2011, when asylum was a major issue, the Harper government brought in changes to the asylum system. At times, you need to make some changes, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's the international student issue, which is something that was created through provinces, post-secondary institutions, a lot of private institutions. Yes, we do have to take some responsibility in that, but it's being fixed. I'm wondering if my friend can provide his thoughts in regards to our new Prime Minister and how, in fact, we are stabilizing the immigration file.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you know the principle of the arsonist firefighter? The principle is a person who starts a fire and then waits for the phone to ring to say, there's a fire for you to put out. So it's the same person who causes the problem who then rides in on their white horse and claims to have fixed it. It's a hero complex. And so that's what we're seeing with the Liberals. The Liberals have created all these problems, and now they're patting themselves on the back, thinking that they're going to solve them, the problems of their own creation. So, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is the one who advised the previous Prime Minister on his bad decisions. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's simply an arsonist firefighter once again. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I share a lot of the observations made by my colleague about the Liberals' negligence around immigration, their neglect. The Liberals, yes, not the Conservatives. They'll get their turn. But when it comes to immigration, so I agree when it comes to asylum seekers. Quebec has received more than its fair share of those without getting the kind of money from Ottawa that it should have got to deal with that. My question for my colleague is, could he expand on the issue of temporary foreign workers? There were some unfortunate statements by the Conservative leader about temporary foreign workers stealing jobs from Canadians. And that didn't go very well in my riding. I don't know about his, but there were people in manufacturing who need those skilled workers who are not cheap labor at all. They have expertise and they help keep companies operating in regional areas, and they bring in significant economic spin-offs. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Well, I think my colleague's a bit mixed up. He mixed up Conservatives and Liberals, and I think he's a bit mixed up in what he's saying beyond that too, because what I'm seeing is that the levels that were brought down by the Liberal government when it went from 30 to 20 to 10 overnight without warning any businesses or families or temporary foreign workers that this was going to happen, well, that was a Liberal decision. I know he's looking forward to the Conservatives taking office so that he can criticize us. I saw that in his question. But the situation we're in right now is caused by the neglect and incompetence of the Liberals on the immigration file. And I'd like to remind him that you have to ask the Liberals those questions, because the reason we're in this situation today is not because of the Conservatives. A very quick question from the honourable member for
Lee. Yes. Okay, you haven't changed much. Lundy, yes. Township, Fraser, yes.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. So I want to thank my colleague for an inspiring speech. He made mention of a poorly thought out social media post coming from our Prime Minister about Canada's open, come on over, and a flood of refugees followed. I can't help but make the comparison to another world leader who also gives poorly thought out social media posts shaping public government policy on the fly. I'd like to have a comment from my colleague about what negative impact that can have on our nation.
A brief answer, the honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. It'll be tough, Madam Speaker, but I can say one thing. Canada will always be a country that is open to refugees in need. For sure, those refugees who are fleeing conflict and difficult situations, Canada's an open country, but to invite the entire world to settle in Canada through a tweet and then forget about those people, it's unacceptable, it's immoral, and it's inhumane.
Debate, the honourable member for Kitchener, South Hespeler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to speak to the Bill C-12. This is the fourth time I'm speaking to a piece of government legislation in this Parliament. For the first time, I think it is the story of this bill rather than its content that I find most interesting. I apologize to those following at home if it seems a little bit inside baseball. But in every Parliament, the government introduces bills and numbers them sequentially. So after the pro forma throne speech C1 came C2. The present bill, C-12, is the parts of C-2 that had to be salvaged from the flaming dumpster fire of that original piece of legislation. It is as though the Liberals set their own legislative agenda on fire and the Conservatives had to comb through the charred remains to find something salvageable. What an embarrassment for this government. The new Prime Minister ran on his expertise in government, having spent most of his career as a bureaucrat. He had been waiting in the wings for 10 years to plan his legislative agenda. Do the members opposite remember when he was asked if he would ever become Prime Minister? And he said, "Why don't I become a circus clown?" Well, now he has. He has beclowned himself. Bill C-2 is the very first piece of legislation that his government introduced, and it had to be split up in this manner. What an embarrassment. Okay, so why did it need to be split up? Because the forefather of C-12 contained clauses that were so howlingly bad that no one on either side of this House, nor from any coast in this country, could bring themselves to defend it. Bill C-2 includes a provision allowing the police to ask a doctor without a warrant if their services had ever been used by an individual. This is reprehensible. I am a physician. It frankly offends me, not just as a Canadian, not just as a person, but it offends my whole profession. It violates not just our Charter of Rights, but the Hippocratic Oath. If a member opposite or their child went to see a doctor who specializes in addictions or mental health or sexually transmitted diseases or reproductive medicine, on what possible planet would they think it was appropriate for the police to ask that physician to disclose their child as a client. Again, I suspect the members opposite are getting ready to say that I'm somehow being outlandish in my interpretation of their law. So here, once again, I will read them their own darn bill. Section 14, Clause 158. A peace officer or public officer may make a demand to a person who provides services to the public requiring the person to provide in the form, manner, and time specified in the demand the following information, whether the person provides or has provided services to any subscriber or client. This is bananas. This is once again Chinese Communist Party levels of state overreach. And once again, if they don't trust my interpretation of their legislation, or the Canadian Civil Liberties Association interpretation, or the Canadian Constitution Foundation's interpretation, will they believe their own public safety minister, the one who introduced this legislation, as quoted in the Globe and Mail, in an October 9th article by Marie Wolf entitled, "Public Safety Minister says he wants to push through refined, warrantless powers to help police." She writes, quote, "The Minister of Public Safety acknowledged that the provision in Bill C-2, the original Strong Borders Bill, allowing police to ask a doctor without a warrant if their services had been used by someone, constituted overreach." This is not the first time that the Minister of Public Safety has had to throw the Minister of Public Safety under the bus, Madam Speaker. Who could forget that just last month he told his tenant that his own gun confiscation program was a bad idea that he didn't support? I would love to believe that it's merely incompetence over there. It is incompetence, it just isn't merely incompetence. I am a physician. I do not sign prescriptions that I have not read. I do not give out prescriptions that I do not believe in, because prescriptions are important documents and I have a professional duty to read them. On the other side of the House, we have a Liberal minister who seems to not read the legislation that he tries to pass in this House. On other occasions, he executes a gun grab he doesn't believe in. This sort of conduct would not be tolerated from any physician in this country. I dare say it would not be tolerated by any professional under any professional body in this country. Why does the Prime Minister tolerate it from one of the highest office holders in this land? But as I say, it is not merely incompetence over there. I take it the Public Safety Minister did not write this legislation, but someone did. I want to know who. Because this isn't a one of, oopsie doopsie, a junior staffer wrote a law that would violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This is a clear pattern with this government. The last three pieces of government legislation that I have debated in this House, C8, C9, and C12 now, have involved significant power grabs by the Prime Minister. I want to know why. C8 allows the Liberals to kick people off the internet without a warrant. C9 allows the Liberals to police speech on the internet. And C12, in its previous iteration as C2, violated patient-physician confidentiality, but also allowed the government to read letter mail without a warrant. What is going on over there? Why is their response to every conceivable social problem to violate our charter rights? Who is writing this legislation? I know, as soon as I'm done, the member from Winnipeg North will say, why don't we fix this at committee? To which I say, yeah, we're going to have to. But every member in this House should be protecting charter rights. The committee should not be the goalie. The Conservatives should not be the goalie. The Liberals should not be trying to get charter violations past the Conservative goalies. They are the Liberals. They are supposed to believe in liberty. I'm honestly wondering, or starting to wonder, if they even know what their party's name means anymore, Mr. Speaker. Here is the Encyclopedia Britannica entry on liberalism. Liberalism, political doctrine that takes protecting and enhancing the freedom of the individual to be the central problem of politics. Liberals typically believe that government is necessary to protect individuals from being harmed by others, but they also recognize that government itself can pose a threat to liberty. So do the members opposite see themselves at all in this definition today? It has been 6 months since I was elected to this House, and not once in between their power grabs have I heard them make even passing reference to individual liberty or to the fact that the government itself can threaten that liberty. Conservatives seek to conserve our liberty. Liberals are supposed to seek to expand our liberty. But this is 3 times in 6 months they've tried to get one past us. I'm asking them honestly to reflect. Are they even liberals anymore? Or have they become something darker? How is it that they've betrayed the liberal tradition again and again in this House? To the Liberal backbenchers in particular, I ask, is this what you signed up to do when you took out a Liberal Party membership? Has the Prime Minister's office run any of this by you before they tried to ram it through the House? Why don't you do the right thing and withdraw C2 entirely instead of trying to get it passed piecemeal? So look, one piece of C2, Bill C12, is going to go to committee. But we must not forget the omnibus monstrosity from which it came. We must not forget the questions of competence that the story of Bill C12 raises, and we must also not look away from the authoritarian tendencies in the so-called Liberals that this story reveals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting comments. You know, when the leader of the Conservative Party sat around the Harper cabinet inside the Conservative caucus, they passed laws in which did not meet the Charter challenge, that we had the Superior Courts actually rule them out of order. Now the member makes accusations about the government, the current Liberal government or the past Liberal government. Can he cite any legislation that we have introduced that has gone against the Charter? An actual bill that has been ruled as going against the Charter in terms of individual rights. We are the party that brought in the Charter of Rights.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, I am so surprised to receive that question. I think I explained it to that member during my last two speeches on government legislation. Their side violated the Charter of Rights and Freedoms when they imposed the Emergency Measures Act, Sections 2 and Sections 8. It is not me, it is Justice Mosley of the Federal Court who found that, and I would love to hear him apologize for that violation. C8, C9, and C2 also violate our Charter. I'm not going to let it get through the net. Thanks.
We have time for a short question, questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Moncton Dieppe.
I listened attentively to my colleague's speech today, and he indicated at one point, did we sign up to support, this bill? I guess my question to the member opposite, having worked at the RCMP for 23 years as a civilian member, I've seen the hard work of the men and women of the RCMP day in and day out, and I've seen them put their life on the line. And I'm just wondering if my colleague agrees with the leader of his party when he questioned the independence of the RCMP, and also when the leader of the opposition indicated...
I have to interrupt the member to give a chance to the member Kitchener South Hespeler to respond in 25 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm heartened, I suppose, that the member opposite heard the question, understood the question, and I'm terribly disheartened that she decided not to answer the question. I take it that she does not support this legislation, and I shall take that as a tacit admission. As to my leader's comments, it is my job here to criticize the appointments that the government makes, and criticizing their appointments is well within what we as a democratic body have to do. Thanks.
At the next resumption of debate on this matter, the member will have the balance of his time to continue questions and comments. À l'ordre, j'ai l'honneur d'annoncer à la Chambre que le Sénat...
I have the honor of announcing that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, assault against persons who provide health services and first responders.
It being 5:31, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Private members' business. Consideration of a private member's motion concerning Canada's international development assistance, standing in the name of Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should strengthen the accountability, effectiveness, and mutual benefits of Canada's international development assistance by A, implementing new policies to ensure that Canadian international assistance programming integrates opportunities for reciprocal economic benefit, including through the participation of Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises, innovators, and workers. B, establishing a dedicated economic partnerships window to support projects that align poverty reduction abroad with economic security at home and that utilize Canadian economic strengths such as clean energy, agriculture, digital technology, and education. And C, requiring the Minister of International Development to report to Parliament annually on the extent of Canadian participation in international assistance projects, the measurable benefits for partner countries, and the economic opportunities created for Canadians. Debate. The Honourable Member for York South Weston Etobicoke.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today in support of motion M14, a motion that embodies a simple but powerful idea that Canada's generosity abroad should also help build opportunity at home. For decades, Canadians have led with compassion, building schools, strengthening strengthening food systems, empowering women, and literally saving lives across the world. We've done so not for recognition, but because it is who we are. But as the world changes, our development approach must change with it. We must continue to be generous, but we must also be strategic, innovative, and accountable. Mr. Speaker, the global development landscape has evolved dramatically. Today, many donor countries are pulling back. According to the OECD's 2024 report, for the first time, international development assistance dollars have declined for the first time in years. Several major countries facing domestic pressures have cut back their international development dollars to the tune of billions. And Canada must not follow that path. We must do what we do best, but do it even better. Stay engaged, stay innovative, and make our international assistance work for both our partners and our people. Meanwhile, the global economy is shifting. Emerging markets are no longer just recipients of aid, they're engines of growth. And they're innovators, they're our trading partners. 9 out of the top 20 fastest growing economies this year are in Africa. Countries like Rwanda, Niger, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire are experiencing growth rates of between 6 to 11% per year. In Asia, the ASEAN region is now the fastest growing economic bloc in the world, even surpassing the G7 on a per capita basis. In these regions, Canada has a depth of credibility, where we're seen as long-term partners who've been there through thick and thin. The first pillar of Motion M14 calls on us to embed reciprocal economic benefit within Canada's international assistance program. This is not about turning aid into trade. It is about aligning our compassion with our capabilities. When a Canadian clean energy startup helps deploy solar microgrids in a Caribbean country, it not only lowers emissions abroad, but it helps create skilled jobs right here in Canada. When a Canadian agri-tech firm helps farmers produce more and higher yields in East Africa, we not only get to tackle hunger over there, but we also help Canada's agricultural innovation sector. When our colleges deliver digital skills training, we not only empower youth in the developing world, we also continue to enhance Canada's reputation as a leader in education. This pillar ensures that Canadian innovation becomes part of the world's solution to global challenges, while ensuring Canadians share in the opportunity that their innovation creates. The second pillar proposes the creation of a dedicated economic partnerships window. This window would bridge Canada's development priorities and our domestic economic strengths. It would support projects that advance poverty reduction and sustainable development abroad. It would strengthen Canadian sectors such as clean energy, agriculture, digital technology, and education. And it would mobilize small and medium-sized enterprises to become global problem solvers. We already have glimpses of what this model looks like through FinDev Canada.
In 2022, FinDev invested $8 million American in the SME fund for Latin America or Central America, supporting strong growth in the agriculture, agri-food sector, manufacturing, and IT systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. The fund is focused on jobs, independence for women, and value chains.
They've invested $15 million in Eco Enterprises Partners, a women-led impact fund backing 20 SMEs in Latin America working in agrotech, renewable energy, sustainable forestry, and biodiversity conservation. Exactly the kind of clean tech, growth, collaboration this motion envisions. In Colombia, FinDev partnered with IDB Invest and the US DFC on a $390 million United States dollar facility with Banco da Vivienda, expanding financing for small and women-led businesses for green projects. These examples prove that Canadian finance, innovation, and know-how can generate shared prosperity. A dedicated economic partnerships window would scale up this model by opening up more pathways for Canadian SMEs and workers to plug into these global value chains. The third pillar of Motion M14 strengthens accountability. It requires the Minister of International Development to report annually to Parliament on the extent of Canadian participation in international development projects. It also requires the Minister to table measurable benefits for partner countries, as well as economic opportunities created for Canadians right here at home. This transparency ensures that every dollar of development assistance delivers real impact, measurable progress, and tangible benefits, both abroad and at home. It turns good intentions into accountable outcomes. Mr. Speaker, this motion is not about changing who we are, it's about strengthening who we always have been. Canadians are compassionate, but we're also innovative, entrepreneurial, and globally minded. M14 reflects a modern, confident Canada, one that sees international development not as a cost, but as an investment in a shared prosperity. It tells the world that partnership is the future of aid, that Canada's economic security and global solidarity go hand in hand. By aligning our values with our strengths, we can make every act of assistance an act of opportunity in the world for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that I have seen firsthand the impact that Canadian international development and assistance programs have had on people's lives. From allowing people to access education and clean water to encouraging entrepreneurship and hope, Canada has always been a global leader in this field. What this motion seeks to do is to build on that proud tradition and propel it into the future. It ensures that our aid remains generous and effective and accountable, but also smart, strategic, and innovative. When we help others, we rise with them. So let us pass Motion M14 and make Canada's international development policy a model of shared progress for a changing world. Thank you, merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to commend the Honourable Member for the work that he has done as a Minister of Immigration and Minister responsible for international development. He has touched on this that it will create opportunities for Canadians. Can the Honourable Member expand on how Canada's international development work can create and strengthen economic opportunities for Canadians?
I went for York South, Weston, Etobicoke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Surrey Newton for his great work and question on this important topic. When we are more focused and strategic on how we deliver international development projects, we can certainly be more definitive in our ability to create more opportunities for Canadian small, medium, and large enterprises. And I'll give you an example. If you look at areas in which we have led the world, clean tech, agribusiness, education, digital skills training, we can find ways to bring forth those SMEs so that they can benefit while we help our partner countries.
Excellent. Questions and comments? The Honourable One from Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for putting this motion forward. In the text of the motion, it says that it would establish a dedicated economic partnerships window to support projects that align poverty reduction abroad with economic security at home. I'm just wondering if you could comment a little bit further, expand on what the intention of that part of the motion would be. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. And I want to really thank the member opposite for that important question. It allows me to elaborate on what this motion is trying to do, which is to make sure that we enable small, medium, and large enterprises in Canada to benefit from the global value chains that result from international development projects. International development projects are not just small community-based projects only. They can also be massive initiatives that bring in the private sector, that bring in multiple countries, that partner with us to make sure that we're solving global challenges. And so in that regard, you can have those massive projects enable Canadian SMEs to not only showcase their innovation, but actually take advantage of those global value chains, thereby creating prosperity and jobs right here at home.
Bravo.
Questions et commentaires, le député de...
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his illuminating speech. We know that international cooperation is going through a rough period, given the international context, which is not exactly favorable to it. I also know that my colleague has been working in close collaboration with the member for Lac-Saint-Jean on this question. I would like to hear him talk about a possible amendment proposed by the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, something that would add solidarity groups in rural areas. They may not be as big a player as the groups in major cities, but they are also an important player. I wonder if he could weigh in.
Member for bringing up that point, and in fact I've had discussions with the member from Lac-Saint-Jean. He brings up an important point in his amendment, which is that we should make sure that as we reinvigorate our international development program, we should always have space for small and medium organizations that really punch way above their weight. We should make sure that we create processes that treat them equally and give them an equal chance at the investments that we make around the world, and that we should also keep an eye on internationally minded small and medium organizations in Canada that are in rural Canada as well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a sad day for this House. We are seeing a Trumpization of the Liberal Party. They're turning international aid into something transactional. Looks like the Liberals are saying that if it doesn't benefit us, we won't help you. That's not what international aid is all about. It's about lifting people out of poverty, educating girls, bringing humanity together behind shared objectives. How come the Liberals are proposing this capitalist approach to international aid?
In about 20 seconds or less.
Completely not true. My speech actually said, in quotes, Canada must not follow that path, the path of those countries that have cut international development dollars. What we are doing is we're treating our partners with respect, acknowledging their growth and their innovation, and saying that Canadians should also benefit while we work to lift others outside of Canada.
Excellent.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Middlesex London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 10 years of this Liberal government, we've seen nothing but consistent reckless spending. From Arrive scam to the Green Slush Fund of the last Parliament, the Liberals just can't seem to stop giving away taxpayer dollars to their friends and allies. We are 6 months post-election and nothing has changed. With conflict of interest breaches circling the current Prime Minister, Canadians are in for another season of more Liberals getting rich off of their wasted taxes. And I say all this as a preamble to the discussion at hand today on Motion 14, which is Canada's International Development Assistance. After I read the motion, I reflected. This is from our current Liberal government. Words like accountability and effectiveness seem distant from the actions of the current and previous Liberal administrations. Under Conservative governments, these were not merely words, but pillars in the Conservative approach to international development. The Prime Minister is looking to, quote, rein in spending, as our Conservative leader has said. That is the goal worth cooperating on. Under the Liberal government, international development programming has been seen as overly generous to the point of wasteful. Programs have not been yielding results and have been ideologically leaning towards woke causes. There have also been reports of abuse by development funding being misappropriated by terrorist groups or organizations sympathetic to terrorist causes. The words and actions of this government are at odds. As Canadians struggle with high taxes, record food bank usage, and an unaffordability crisis, the Secretary of State for International Development recently announced a near $140 million in overseas funding. M14 serves as a request for the oversight the Liberals neglected when they got to power 10 years ago. Canada's commitment to international assistance is rooted in decades of real-world impact. Conservative governments in particular have often pioneered focused high-impact initiatives. By examining a few historical case studies, we can draw lessons on what works and what a Conservative-led development policy should champion. One of the clearest examples of focused Canadian aid delivering results was Prime Minister Stephen Harper's Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Initiative, launched at the then G8 Muskoka Summit in 2010. In the face of high mortality rates among mothers and young children in developing countries, Canada rallied global partners to take decisive action. The Harper government committed a total of $2.85 billion over 5 years to improve maternal and child health, including $1.1 billion in new funding and $1.75 billion in renewed support, establishing this as a long-term Canadian priority. This infusion of resources went to practical interventions like training health workers, funding immunizations, and building clinics in some of the world's poorest regions. Just as important as the money was an emphasis on outcomes, and as Prime Minister Stephen Harper announced, I quote, "Accountability for results will be an integral part of Canada's contribution." He announced this with a rigorous framework to measure progress and ensure aid dollars are used effectively. That accountability paid off. Alongside other donors, Canada's push helped save countless lives by expanding vaccination programs and maternal care, contributing to a significant drop in the under 45 mortality rate globally in the early 2010s. I've seen firsthand the benefits of freshwater well sites and the maternal health clinics and the positive impact that they've had in the communities in Tanzania. The people are grateful and they want more of this type of support. Because of a Conservative initiatives, their lives have been measurably improved permanently. The Muskoka initiative demonstrated how a Conservative government's focus on a clear priority coupled with demand for results could mobilize the world. Canada once led the way in mobilizing support among G8 and non-G8 leaders, key donors, and private foundations to tackle this challenge. This legacy guides our vision. We will target aid to where it makes a measurable difference. In this case, the health of mothers and children, while insisting on transparency and effectiveness in every dollar spent. Another example of international development done right was in 2014, after Russia's first incursion into Ukraine. When Ukraine's sovereignty came under attack, Prime Minister Harper took swift action, condemning Russian aggression and backing words with aid. In March 2014, Canada announced a package of over $220 million to help Ukraine stabilize its economy and support democratic development. This assistance, delivered as loans and grants, helped the new Ukrainian government pay its bills and implement reforms during a pivotal moment of transition. Canada also deployed hundreds of election observers and provided technical support to bolster Ukraine's fragile democracy. This message was clear. Canadians stand with those fighting for their freedom and self-determination. Canada currently spends over $8 billion annually on foreign aid. At a time when so many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, this number should be much lower. We should also be transitioning from government handouts to partnerships that benefit Canadian interest and bolster our economy. This is something the motion proposes, but we'll have to wait and see if the government can follow through on. In the text of the motion, we read that the government will be establishing a dedicated economic partnerships window to support projects that align poverty reduction abroad with economic security at home. Unfortunately, as we have seen in the last 10 years, the Liberal government has a habit of creating more bureaucracy. Consider the newly announced bill, Canada Homes, a new government body who plans to build 4,000 factory-built affordable homes at a price tag of $13 billion, or $3.25 million a house. If the government is serious about producing results, they will ensure that the economic partnerships window is not another opportunity to balloon the government. The mission, expectations, and outcomes for the economic partnerships window needs to be crystal clear. It should also be funded from the current international development budget and not require the taxpayer to shoulder more debt. The required parliamentary report from the Minister of International Development is a welcome addition to this motion. The Liberals put up frequent roadblocks and have maintained a general pervasive mentality away from transparency that has made it difficult for the official opposition to hold the Liberal government accountable and give Canadians the information that they deserve. Name the scandal, name the issue, whether it's inflation, the economy, crime, food prices. The Liberals have shown no accountability for anything or remorse for the harm that they've caused. If this motion is serious, it would usher a shift in Liberal policy, championing transparency over secrecy and issue avoidance. Canada is a generous nation, but there is room to strengthen our leadership. The motion is in no way innovative. The actions highlighted within should never have been abandoned in the first place. When dealing with taxpayer funds, accountability should be the first consideration, not an afterthought. Global Affairs Canada has rightly earned the reputation for being one of the highest waste spending departments. Motion 14 could be a signal to the end of that. There is a right and wrong way of stewarding the public purse. Conservatives have a strong record of doing it the right way. The Liberals, not so much. Given the history of Liberal waste, I cautiously give my support for this motion. The economic partnerships window should not cost the taxpayer more. If accountability is the new way forward, the international development budget should cover this initiative. Speaker, let's see if this becomes a model for other development departments to follow, or if this will be another scandal Conservatives will need to unearth down the line. For now, we're going to give cooperation a chance, and I look forward to working with the member on his motion going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General told us in 2023 that Global Affairs Canada had not demonstrated how $3.5 billion had really improved the lives of women and girls through the feminist international development policy. It was impossible for the department to account for the projects they funded. Alongside my colleague from York South-West and Etobicoke, I hope I pronounced that right, we are proposing a motion that would ensure results are provided. Under paragraph 3 of the motion, we would require the Minister of International Development to report to Parliament annually. The Bloc believes in greater transparency, especially when it comes to the spending of taxpayer money. We believe that 0.7% of our GDP should be invested in international development, while prioritizing areas like education, health, adaptation to climate change, and poverty reduction. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial to note that aid is an investment that leads to a return on investment and ensures greater stability on the world stage. Often, international aid is criticized for being a political tool or the result of a colonial heritage, but it does bear dividends. It has led us to the world that we live in today. Under the Liberals, the Canadian government unfortunately did worse than Stephen Harper's when it comes to international aid. The government has shamefully failed to obtain a seat on the UN Security Council. This can be explained by Canada's abandonment of international aid. Currently, Canada devotes 0.3% of its GDP to international aid, when we are calling for 0.7%. OECD countries tend to provide 0.44%. So under the Liberals, we are doing worse than we were under Harper. In fact, the cheapest government when it comes to providing a percentage of GDP to international aid in Canadian history is the current one. This is shameful. We know that Canada is not a military or economic superpower, but it could still play a role on the humanitarian front. In 1970, Canada committed to providing 0.7% of GDP. So, despite this, the government has no plan to reach the 0.7% objective. International aid is often criticized for being overly bureaucratic, but it does provide great benefits. My colleague believes that international aid can... I would like to recognize the member first, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If people are not interested in this debate, could they have their discussions elsewhere? Thank you for that reminder. Yes, if MPs want to have side conversations, I would ask them to leave the House. The member for Lac-Saint-Jean may continue his speech. Where was I? As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, international aid is sometimes criticized for being... It's all good. And thank you for that remark. My colleague believes that it is possible for international aid to benefit both the recipients and the providers. This is not a question of abandoning traditional international aid, but it is possible to focus on mutually beneficial projects, and we agree with that, Mr. Speaker. We do note that there is corruption in the international development sector, but we can use international aid in a way that benefits our businesses while reducing waste. At the same time, it's important to avoid the pitfalls. International aid in and of itself is not a waste of public funds. This is one reason that I am supporting my colleague's motion, but I do have some concerns. I worry that the Liberals will use this motion to remove themselves from the international aid scene. Sure, funding mutually beneficial projects can help people abroad while keeping some of the money at home, but I am concerned that the federal government will focus solely on domestic economic benefits. We know that the Liberals are funding miners abroad under the pretext that it creates jobs. But we also know the horror stories about mining that we have heard from other countries. We also hope that smaller players in the international development scene will have a role to play, and that they will continue to receive funding for their projects that are smaller in scale but are very important at the community level.
And the work that I'm referring to is by a company with its headquarters in Alma, and they do outstanding work. And that's why the Bloc wants to amend the motion that is put forward today with the goal of reinforcing the role of not-for-profits and smaller and medium-sized businesses. This is an amendment that I think is consistent with the motion by the member for York South-West and Etobicoke. And so, Mr. Speaker, we're going to support the motion, but we hope that the following amendment will be accepted by the mover. And so I'd like to propose the following motion, seconded by the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton, that the motion be amended by adding the following. D, ensuring that small nonprofit organizations, NPOs, and international cooperation centers located outside major centers can obtain the same opportunities for federal funding as larger organizations. Unquote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for York South Weston and Etobicoke if he consents to this amendment being moved. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague, and I accept the amendment. Mr. Brunel Duceppe, seconded by Mr. Savard Tremblay, moves the following motion, that the motion be amended by adding the following. D. Ensuring that small non-profit organizations and international cooperation centers located outside major centers can obtain the same opportunities for federal funding as larger organizations.
The amendment is in order. And then we go. So resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate you recognizing me and for me to speak in support of motion M14, which calls upon the government to strengthen the accountability, effectiveness, and mutual benefit of Canada's international development assistance. I want to first thank the member from York South Weston Etobicoke for bringing forward this motion. I really appreciate the work he does in his community, the work that he has been doing for the last 10 years in this Parliament, in his various ministerial roles, and including as the Minister of International Development. Proud to call him as a friend and always have reached out to him for guidance. And once again, through this motion, he is demonstrating his thoughtfulness to important issues that not only sets Canada for success, but also our stature internationally. Cette motion, Monsieur le Président, répond.
Mr. Speaker, this motion responds to new global realities that are transforming the development landscape and highlights how Canadian aid can promote economic resilience both here and abroad.
Because this motion proposes three key measures. First, implementing new policies to ensure that Canadian international development assistance integrates opportunities for reciprocal economic benefit here at home, including through the participation of Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises, innovators, and workers. Second, establishing a dedicated economic partnerships window to support projects that leverage Canadian economic strengths, such as clean energy, agriculture, digital technology, and education, and that align poverty reduction abroad with economic security at home. Third, requiring the Minister for International Development to report to Parliament annually on the outcomes of Canadian participation in international development assistance projects, the measurable benefits for partner countries, and the economic opportunities created for Canadians.
Our government strongly supports this motion, which proposes concrete measures to modernize our approach to international development assistance and strengthen Canada's cooperation with reliable partners around the world so that our aid remains accountable, effective, and results-oriented.
Speaker, we're in the early phases of refocusing Canada's international development assistance to better support and advance mutually beneficial economic partnerships in alignment with the spirit of this motion, while continuing to advance our core values of gender equality, human rights, and environmental sustainability. We recognize that a stable, equitable, and prosperous world serves Canada's long-term national and strategic interests. The challenges facing developing countries today are complex and interconnected, from climate change, food insecurity, and conflict to displacement, gender inequality, and limited access to financing, opportunities, and innovation.
To meet these challenges, we have to mobilize all sources of financing, including domestic resources, official development assistance, and private sector investment to stimulate inclusive economic growth and build innovative partnerships all around the world.
Speaker, when we align development objectives with Canada's economic strengths, we amplify our impact on global poverty reduction. While this motion encourages the integration of reciprocal economic benefits into our international development assistance, I want to be clear that poverty reduction remains central to Canada's international development assistance efforts in line with the official Development Assistance Accountability Act. Any economic partnerships supported through official development assistance will be grounded in tangible, measurable improvements to the well-being of communities in partner countries. The concept of an economic partnership window reflects an important idea, that our programming tools can both advance economic security and better leverage Canada's strengths at home and abroad. Our government's aim is to make development partnerships more strategic, innovative, and resilient, responding to partner countries' requests for stronger economic collaboration and investment, and we are actively assessing the most effective mechanisms to achieve these objectives. On the issue of reporting, Global Affairs Canada currently fulfills its obligations under the Official Development Assistance Accountability Act by publishing an annual report to Parliament. As we look to the future, we will continue to consider how best to communicate the economic benefits created by Canada's international development assistance. Speaker, there is an opportunity to strengthen the reporting of these benefits, both internationally and domestically, within our existing annual report to Parliament, thereby ensuring greater transparency and reinforcing confidence in Canada's international assistance efforts. Supporting this motion does not mean stepping back from our long-standing international development commitments, including our support for poverty reduction, gender equality, human rights, and environmental sustainability. These are core Canadian values. They will always provide a frame for Canada to engage internationally, whether it's in our foreign policy, whether in our defense policy, and of course in international assistance. Instead, Speaker, it reflects an approach that recognizes the importance of strategic partnerships, economic inclusion, transparency, and accountability as fundamental to effective and responsible international assistance. Our new government supports this motion as a signal of a broader shift in Canada and among other donor countries toward ensuring that international development assistance not only supports global poverty reduction, but also creates economic benefits for our partners and for Canadians at home.
By aligning our values with our economic strengths, Canada can exercise leadership in creating inclusive and sustainable development partnerships, advancing the world while creating real economic opportunities for Canadians.
Speaker, let me conclude by saying that by reaffirming our government's unwavering commitment to international assistance that is accountable, effective, and results-driven, advancing both Canada's global leadership and our national interests. It's our intention to support this motion. Once again, I want to thank the member from York Weston, Etobicoke, my apologies to the member for mispronouncing his writing name, for the work he's done, and look forward to continue working with him and relying on his expertise in this area. Thank you very much, Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to join the debate on M14, and I begin by thanking the member for York Southwest and Etobicoke for bringing this motion forward. It appears that the minister has been listening to those of us on this side of the House, because this motion speaks about three things. First, it speaks about strengthening the accountability and effectiveness of Canada's international development assistance. Second, it speaks about making sure that our international development efforts bring reciprocal economic benefit to Canada. And it also speaks about making the minister more accountable to this House by requiring an annual report to Parliament, not only on the benefits received by other countries, but also on the economic opportunities created for Canadians. Importantly, the focus of this motion is not on the big companies that often benefit from government largesse, but on the workers, innovators, and small and medium-sized businesses that have long been a priority for Conservatives. All of this, Mr. Speaker, is a good start. At a time when so many Canadians are struggling to pay their mortgages and to put food on the table and to pay their bills, I would have liked to see the government go further. I would have liked a commitment to redirect a portion of the roughly $8.4 billion that we spend on foreign aid back home to reduce the deficit and help Canadians with their bills. However, as I said at the outset, this motion is a good start, a welcome move in the right direction. I rise today to support it while offering some constructive suggestions on how we can work across the aisle to restore accountability, results, and value for money in Canada's international development work. You see, Mr. Speaker, Canada currently spends about $8.4 billion a year on foreign aid. Of that, roughly $5.5 billion flows through global affairs, grants, and contribution programs. Earlier this year, the department promised that 86% of that spending will finally be subject to more rigorous checks. I can't help but ask, Mr. Speaker, what happened to the other 14% and the remaining $2.9 billion? I would urge the government and the minister to work towards ensuring that every penny of Canada's foreign aid is properly audited and accounted for. The Prime Minister has ordered all departments to rein in spending. When he talks about tightening belts, this is one of the places where he should begin. In recent years, Canada's international development programming has become increasingly disconnected from its results. The Auditor General found that Global Affairs was not effectively monitoring its funded projects, and in some cases didn't even have a clear idea of what it wanted to achieve. Too many projects have been overly generous, overly ideological, and light on accountability. There have even been reports of funds being misused or diverted to organizations that are sympathetic to terrorism, and I find this to be totally unacceptable. What this motion offers is a partial but constructive path forward. Canadians want to know, Mr. Speaker, that their tax dollars are making a real difference. They want to know that those tax dollars are saving lives, strengthening economies, and building stability both abroad and at home, but not disappearing into bureaucracy or ideology. This motion's requirement for new policies to create opportunities for reciprocal economic benefit should allow Canadian expertise and innovation to play a greater role in delivering development goals. When Canadian farmers share their knowledge to improve food security, or when educators bring digital learning tools to developing nations in ways that benefit both partners, that is a step in the right direction, because teaching and contributing has benefits that we can enjoy back at home. This is how international development should work. Projects that lift people out of poverty while also supporting Canadian jobs and Canadian innovation. Mr. Speaker, the motion also proposes a dedicated economic partnership window, and I quote, "It is to support projects that align poverty reduction abroad with economic security at home and that utilize Canadian economic strengths such as clean energy, agriculture, digital technology, and education." Right now, those are just words on a page, but I can see how they represent an idea worth exploring, so long as this concept does not lead to yet another layer of liberal bureaucracy where yet another friend of the Prime Minister ends up with yet another $600,000 salary. The goal should be efficiency and expansion. Efficiency, not expansion. And if the minister would like help in developing this concept in a lean and efficient way, my door will always be open to him. The new window should be funded within the existing envelope, not on the back of taxpayers. It should focus on clear priorities: Canadian innovation that leads the world, agriculture and agri-tech, where our farmers and researchers have proven expertise, digital technology, which expands access to education and opportunity wherever it finds itself, and skills training, which helps young people abroad build a future for themselves. Each of these concepts connects compassion abroad with economic security and development here at home. Mr. Speaker, the motion also calls for the Minister of International Development to report annually to Parliament. That requirement is essential. Accountability turns spending into trust. When Canadians can see how their tax dollars are used to benefit both Canada and the world, when they see real results, their confidence grows. Transparency is not an obstacle to compassion. It strengthens it. When Canadians see tangible results, Mr. Speaker, they are proud to give. Under Conservative governments, accountability and effectiveness were not just words. They were principles. Our more limited assistance abroad will show that disciplined, focused aid saves lives and builds global credibility. That same discipline is sorely needed today. Instead of sprawling programs that lack oversight, we need targeted initiatives with clear objectives and measurable outcomes. Compassion must be matched with competence, Mr. Speaker. As Conservatives, we will continue to scrutinize every dollar this government spends. Canadians are facing record costs, higher taxes, and a deepening affordability crisis. They deserve to know that their contributions are used wisely and that their generosity is respected, because generosity must always come with responsibility. Stakeholders in the international development sector understand this. They know that success depends not on the number of announcements made, but on the real difference that programs make in people's lives. From my vantage point, this government makes too many announcements with promises that it does not fulfill. I hope that this motion will be different and that it will inspire similar measures across government. Mr. Speaker, this motion does not require new money. It requires a new mindset. It calls for results, accountability, and mutual benefit. It recognizes that Canada is strongest when we pair compassion with competence, leadership and integrity and generosity with accountability. Conservatives will support this motion because it sets a standard the government should already have been meeting. We will watch closely to ensure that this commitment becomes reality. We will also continue to push the government to spend less abroad and more at home during these challenging times. But for now, M14 represents a tentative step in the right direction. And with this government, I'll take it and hope to build on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if there ever was an important issue in these times of crisis in the world, and where the world is reforming in a potentially dangerous way, we mustn't neglect the fact or disregard the fact that throughout time there's always been the issue of violence and poverty and exploitation all around the world. And even though all too often, most of the time, it's in the blind spot of public debate, this should never be ignored. There has never been an era of endless prosperity or promise. There was globalization that promised to raise everyone out of poverty. That didn't happen. And today, promises never became a reality. And so, unfortunately, the times today are among the toughest we've ever seen, despite everything. So, given the difficult times that we are seeing in the world these days, without too much hesitation, we can clearly see that we haven't lived up to where we thought we would be by now.
My colleague from Lac Saint Jean said so in his speech earlier on. Aside from humanitarian assistance, and I'll get back to the motion in a moment, remember that motions are not binding. It's always better to have a motion than not, but it's always better to have effective policies and laws for governments, especially when there are issues with respect to people trusting the government. But now businesses. My colleague is saying we're offering support to mining companies abroad, Canadian mining companies, but there are some problems there. Export Development Corporation doesn't seem to know where its money is landing. We don't actually hear about the human rights abuses that might be perpetrated elsewhere. When I worked in Chile and Colombia as an observer of human rights violations, I saw and I met with people who were victims of Canadian mines, but they're not actually Canadian mines, but they register as such. Why? Because it's easy to do. They register for legal reasons and for tax reasons and speculative reasons. All of this is happening. But these people are affected by air pollution, water pollution, violence. I myself in Colombia noted a private security system group, a private security group that came to investigate in a public area people who wanted to find themselves there. Well, there's no ombudsman that actually works. There's no obligation to hear from witnesses, and I don't think motions will go far enough to fix Canada's situations internationally. That has to look in its own backyard. But again, relating to this particular motion, we've said it, we approve, we agree with it. For years and years, the government's been spending, and I mean, we do agree that there need to be resources spent on humanitarian aid, but if you don't look into the cost of these things, look, I mean, we are in favor of help for empowerment of women, for instance, but there's no way of monitoring whether the aims are being met. This is not what we're saying. This is what the Auditor General is saying. Sometimes you have to go through groups like the Red Cross, and the Global Food Program and others. There should be more oversight to avoid waste. There should be an attempt, if possible, to find benefits for Quebecers and Canadians in these agreements. But these benefits should not be strictly economic. Financing education programs in French in Africa, for instance, would help enhance the vitality of the French language in Africa, and it would end up supporting French in Quebec also, given that we also receive so many, we have so many immigrants that come from Africa. This is an example of us providing financial assistance, and that it is also going to give us financial benefits, but it's not as though it's something that happens spontaneously and obviously. We know countries like Chile use international aid to promote their economic interests. Sorry, I said Chile. I didn't mean Chile. I meant China. I'm very sorry. Chile is not, of course, one of the cleanest regimes, and that China also has interest in Chile. But let's focus on China and the Silk Road, the new Silk Road. There've been so many advances. It was supposed to be just a few sectors, and now there's like this turn towards the technology side and the digital side. But it's perceived positively by a number of these developing countries, namely in Africa. These are countries that receive mere crumbs from the West, which explains how attractive China is then in Africa. It's very powerful in its dealings with African regimes. Conditions to receive help are worthy of criticism, and I think we could say that it is unfair to some degree that China invests in these countries, creates infrastructure, ports, rail lines to then be sure that it can be receiving what it needs in terms of raw materials. Well, if the debts can't be paid off, that China becomes the owner of these infrastructures, this infrastructure. So it's a benefit for China. It's almost like what the colonial system provided back then. It's almost as though they have their cake and they eat it too. They have these lease agreements for 99 years to control infrastructure. This is a real problem. It has to be looked into. Let's be prudent in all of this. We are not seeking new colonialism here, I don't think. We want some kind of neo-colonialism in play, some Canadian version of that that's already being practiced by these mining companies. Now, I know that we're not talking about purely economic interests here. The amendments that I proposed, the amendments that were proposed, I'm happy to see were well received. The Liberals managed to do something quite surprising, that they were even worse than the Stephen Harper government in terms of international aid. Canada drastically failed to obtain a Security Council spot in 2020. This was a failure, according to a number of experts, due to the fact that Canada had stepped away from humanitarian aid. You reap what you sow. Canada is far from reaching the 0.7 set amount in international aid. In fact, it's far less than that, and the amounts in the 2023 budget were even less. I think we reap what you sow. This is a first step, this motion. We hope it's not strictly symbolic in nature. We are glad that we're not talking about strictly economic gain in these international assistance offers. Canada, it has to be said, is not the blue helmets anymore. It's not the peacekeepers. It's not when you look at what happened with respect to vaccine patents, Canada made some decisions there. It will help multinationals when it's useful to it and do other things when it's useful to it. With respect to the ombudsmans, that's what I mentioned. There are a number of issues that Canada has to really consider before it can view itself as a major champion in humanitarian realms.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
It is my honour to rise today on behalf of the good people of Haldimand, Norfolk, to speak to a serious crisis in our country. 10 years of irresponsible Liberal crime and justice policies have led to communities across Ontario and across Canada grappling with growing violence and brazen crime in their neighbourhoods. The consequences of these policies are real. Since 2015, violent crime is up 55%. Firearms crime is up 130%. Extortion has skyrocketed to 330%. Sexual assaults are up 76%, and homicides are up 29%. When I asked this government to address their record and commit to reversing laws like Bill C-75, which allowed repeat offenders back on the streets, I referenced the tragic case of a 29-year-old, Greg Picella. He was a young constable killed by a repeat offender released on bail. This assassination of this young police officer in the line of duty happened in Hagersville, Haldimand County, which is a community that I represent. His loss rattled the community. The outpouring of sadness, the support and the tribute for this young constable at the beginning of his career and his life was both heartbreaking and deeply moving. Mr. Speaker, too many families are grieving with unimaginable pain because they lost a loved one to violent crime. The truth is that the same violent offenders are released back into the community, sometimes within hours of their arrest. Because judges are constrained by liberal laws to impose the least onerous conditions possible, this so-called principle of restraint compels the courts to release at the earliest possibility and impose only reasonably necessary bail standards, even when there's a strong chance of reoffending. Instead of addressing my concern about this very real concern, the Parliamentary Secretary ignored it entirely. When more than half of Canadians no longer feel safe in their own neighbourhoods, my constituents expect seriousness from this government, not non-answers and not silence. The uncomfortable truth is that this Liberal government has undermined safety and justice in Canada by imposing its ideology on the justice system, resulting in preventable deaths. Yeah. Canadians, including victim advocates, provincial governments, police associations, have long been calling on this government to fix what it broke. Mm-hmm. Will the Liberals finally adopt our full Conservative plan to end the scourge of violent crime by passing the Conservative Jail Not Bail Act and repealing Bill C-75?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to rise and debate this important issue. I also want to thank my colleague opposite for raising a concern that we actually share: the safety of Canadians and keeping violent repeat offenders off our streets. First, Mr. Speaker, we must recognize the tragic murder of the 29-year-old Constable Greg Perskala. Our thoughts are with his family, colleagues, and the Haldimand Norfolk community. No family should endure such a loss. Such tragedies remind us that keeping Canadians safe is our solemn duty. Mr. Speaker, it is important to clarify a persistent misunderstanding about former Bill C-75. Contrary to some claims, C-75 did not alter the fundamental law of bail in Canada. What it did was codify key principles already established by the Supreme Court of Canada. The law has always been clear: no one should be released on bail if doing so would compromise public safety or undermine confidence in the administration of justice. That's clearly established, Mr. Speaker, under Section 515, Paragraph 10 of the Criminal Code. In fact, the argument presented is self-defeating. The member suggests that repealing former Bill C-75 would improve public safety. In reality, repealing C-75 would actually make it easier, Mr. Speaker, for some individuals, like those previously convicted of intimate partner violence, to obtain bail. Let's be clear about the Conservatives' position over the last 6 months. First, they campaigned on repealing all of Bill C-75, including protections for victims of intimate partner violence. When we called them out, they suddenly shifted and said they only wanted to remove the principle of restraint from former Bill 75. And now, their own justice critic publicly states on social media that he is open to amending the principle of restraint. 3 different positions, Mr. Speaker, over the last 6 months. It is hard to take them seriously. They clearly have no plan, no consistency, and no idea what they're doing. Meanwhile, on this side of the House, the Minister of Justice has spent months working in consultation with law enforcement, provincial and territorial partners, constitutional experts, and victim advocacy groups, building a consensus on how to keep violent offenders off our streets and accountable to the public and protecting individuals. and victims. Canadians want solutions, not slogans. They deserve careful, evidence-based policies grounded in Canadian law and not imported ideas. And I say imported ideas. What do I mean? Because it is striking to see the types of proposals that the Conservatives continue to push, whether it's the provision of their bail bill C-242, the shoot first policy, or a three strikes law. These measures have all failed in every jurisdiction where they've been tried in the United States. If the Conservative member had been paying attention to the last election they lost, they would know that Canadians want laws made here in Canada in consultation with provinces, territories that actually work in our communities. This government is also investing in federal policing, including the hiring of 1,000 new RCMP personnel and expanded resources to combat financial crime, organized criminal networks, and online exploitation. These investments reflect a broader strategy, one that combines enforcement with prevention and recognizes that community safety depends not only on strong laws, Mr. Speaker, but also on strong institutions.
Alderman Norfolk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that response, but the Liberal government has been in power now for 10 years. Why are they now putting forward half measures to address the mess that Bill C-75 has caused? The government rejected Conservative proposals to strengthen bail laws to protect our communities, yet it is now repackaging some of those same ideas as their own, showing that they care more about political credit than the real accountability for their failures. Despite the tough talk, it is just not enough. Violent criminals will continue to be released if the Liberal principles of restraint in Bill C-75 remains. It is time for this government to take responsibility, to show they care about protecting Canadians by working with Conservatives to end the Liberal bail experiment and restore safety to our communities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives just aren't telling Canadians the truth about the principle of restraint. Whether it's in the criminal code or not, it exists in common law. So their attacks on Supreme Court precedents are nothing but political theatrics. First, we respect the rule of law and will never use the notwithstanding clause to override Supreme Court decisions. Second, we don't go online to attack Crown prosecutors or call the brave men and women of the RCMP who protect our country and Canadians despicable. Third, unlike the member opposite for Haldimand Norfolk, we don't present petitions calling for Canada to withdraw from the United Nations and World Health Organization, showing just how extreme Conservatives are willing to go. That's the difference between this principled Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives' reckless politics. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you for this evening. The cost of living in Nunavut is grossly unfair. I have sought answers from the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada and have not heard back. In my questions related to this late show, the Minister responded by citing the Canada Child Benefit. Sorry. I have the wrong document. Can I just have a quick minute?
It's the member's time, so the member can use it in whichever way she wishes.
Families in Nunavut have so few economic opportunities that many families end up relying heavily on government programs. Many are on income support. Indeed, some have supplemental benefits like the Canada Child Program, neither of which are sufficient to meet the high cost of living. Even when the Liberals offer programs like the Nutrition North program, it fails to feed families. Why? Because the program subsidizes for-profit corporations like the Northern stores. Northern had profits in the hundreds of millions while it was allowed to use our tax dollars to put into pockets of shareholders. The Liberals did one good thing. They created the Hamlet Food Voucher Program within the Inuit Child First Initiative. The funny thing is, once they realized they did a good thing, they immediately canceled the programs, having positive impacts on Inuit families. While I share this based on feedback from hundreds and thousands of families in Nunavut, this will not be enough for the Trump-loving Liberals. I have data to share. The Kayuktukvik Community Food Center in Iqaluit collected data during the Hamlet Food Voucher Program and what happened when the program was canceled without consultation or explanation. When the ICFI Hamlet Food Voucher Program was running, the number of visits at the Kayuktukvik declined. All of a sudden, the food voucher program was feeding families. Bills were being paid. The community of Pangnuktuk had similar data. In May of 2025, the community reported in their evaluation that during the program, families were now able to pay their bills. They reported that families finally had enough support to provide healthy foods. 95% of the community accessed the program. It would be interesting to see that share as well that the Northern stores reported an increase of 1.9% at their quarterly reports at the end of July. When the former Liberal Minister of Northern Affairs, Dan Vandel, kept refusing to answer my questions, I had the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee agree to study the barriers to providing affordable groceries by bringing in CEOs of the Canadian North, Calmair, Northern Stores, and a local co-op from Nunavut. We learned through the study that that the CEO of the Northern Stores earned millions in income. We did not learn we learned that 76 of a dollar does not have is only 76 cents of the dollar goes to food subsidies in the Northern stores.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member and my Northern colleague for her questions on affordability in the North. And we do indeed recognize the hardships faced by Inuit and all residents in Nunavut, and indeed across the North, where the cost of food and the cost of basic necessities continue to pose real challenges, particularly for families. In Nunavut alone, 42% of children live in poverty. That's the highest rate in Canada. And I know that behind these statistics are real lives and real struggles. Mr. Speaker, just this last weekend, I had the good fortune to travel to Oak Crow, mainly on the theme of the devastating loss of Chinook and Chum salmon in the Porcupine River, part of the Yukon River system, and in addition to the effect that has on the community's food supply, it also means significant losses over the decades to the culture and the very identity and heritage of the Gwich'in people. There's much work to do there together to restore the salmon to even a fraction of their former abundance. And while there, we also visited the local co-op store and had a chance to see some of the high food prices, even with the Northern food subsidy that's applied to a variety of foods there. Everything in Oak Crow has to be flown in. So this is one more example where addressing food insecurity takes concerted effort and collaboration between Indigenous partners, all governments, self-governing First Nations, and the Government of Canada. Our government is addressing food insecurity in the North through Nutrition North Canada, which includes retail subsidies, the Harvesters Support Grant, the Community Food Programs Fund, as well as the Inuit Child First Initiative that my colleague referred to. And each has a distinct role in supporting food security and family well-being in Inuit communities. Nutrition North Canada subsidy helps to lower the price of food and essential items. In last year, the program's retail subsidy was just under 145 million, and it increases by roughly 5%.
Parliamentary Secretary, as the Parliamentary notes are being put away just to avoid the microphone, which is right there for our interpreters, I'll let the Parliamentary Secretary resume and continue.
Apologies to the translators for that. To better meet the needs of Northerners, in February 2025, Aluki Kotiak was appointed as the Minister's Special Representative to lead a review of NNC and produce a report, and her report will be really important to inform reforms to the program. And to inform the review, retailers, suppliers, local growers, food producers, and charitable organizations participating must show how the subsidy reduces costs for consumers. The Harvester Support Grant is another way that food security is being addressed. It supports traditional hunting, harvesting, and food sharing activities in isolated communities while reinforcing cultural practices. And this is about food autonomy and food security. Wherever I go in the North, the Harvester Support Grant receives a lot of positive feedback, and I believe there are many more communities who could benefit from this. There's a lot to describe. I think where I maybe will conclude for now is that progress has been made, but we recognize that a lot more does need to be done to address systemic challenges in the North, and we remain committed to working with Inuit territorial and community partners to build lasting and locally driven solutions. Thank you. Koinami.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Michael Jenke from Cambridge Bay recently compared prices of oranges and sugar. He found that oranges are more expensive than sugar and explained that that is why Nunavut choose to buy groceries that are junk food as opposed to healthy foods because it's cheaper. The Liberals love to brag about its place among the G7 countries. They love to brag about its credit rating. Indeed, Canada is a rich country, for the most part anyway. Inuit are left out of economic opportunities, resulting in heavy reliance on federal programs. All of the communities I represent are fly-in communities. There are no roads to help make living more affordable. As such, ICFI was seen as a success. The Liberals were very quick to cancel the program when Inuit were being lifted out of poverty. Will the Liberals finally help allow the wealth of Canada be shared to Inuit families so they can feed their families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this member's advocacy for the people of Nunavut and indeed for the people across the North, and I reaffirm this government's commitment to address food insecurity in northern communities on a priority basis. Programs like Nutrition North Canada, the Harvester Support Grant, the Community Food Programs Fund provide essential, as well as the Inuit Child First Initiative, much needed support to children, families, and individuals in the North. So we'll continue working with Inuit, Indigenous, territorial, and other partners to improve existing services and develop new ones that are viable and culturally appropriate solutions for families in the North. We'll measure our progress not in dollars committed, but the ability of every child to thrive, to learn, and to dream without the burden of high food costs and hunger. Thank you, Koinami.
The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to talk about the oil and gas industry in Newfoundland and Labrador with our production and specifically our refining. Newfoundland and Labrador had an oil refinery meeting our province's consumption needs demands since 1976. There's no doubt it had its ups and downs, but over the years it employed thousands of people, including myself, my father, my mother, and many other friends and family throughout the community. It at one point was 5% of our province's GDP. And that's coming from not the throughput, not royalties on throughput, but simply from tax revenues, income tax revenues, and other spin-offs. 5% of our GDP. The refinery used to produce 100% of our island's diesel, propane, jet fuel, and gasoline. Then, this Liberal government wasted $89 million of federal taxpayer dollars, while the province wasted another $17 million on a conversion that converted it to only biodiesel fuel. Now we have to ship in fuels from all around the world, and everyone is paying the price. Literally, Newfoundlanders are paying 5 cents per litre to accommodate the added cost of storage and shipping costs from these other countries. Yes, other countries, Mr. Speaker. Because this Liberal government refused to build pipelines to refine Alberta oil to the East Coast, so instead we're shipping it in from France. We're not even getting Canadian oil. We're not getting Newfoundland oil. We're not getting Canadian oil. We're getting oil refined from France. On June 6th, they had a Liberal colleague from Newfoundland get up and proudly announce that the North Atlantic refinery was expanding. I thought it was exciting. I've almost rejoiced until I found out that they were expanding in France and not in Newfoundland and not in Canada. So while the Prime Minister was flying around Europe to try to find a good deal, I wonder if he forgot which country he was finding a good deal for. So while he blames Trump for continuously losing car manufacturing plants to the United States, I wonder what his excuse is for losing refining jobs to France. I just can't wrap my head around how somehow a group of Liberals thought it would be a good idea to spend $100 million to take a refinery that produces 130,000 barrels a day and fuel our province's demand will be better if we reduce it to a merely 14,000 barrels a day of only biodiesel that couldn't even service our gas stations. How on earth could any business produce 10% of the throughput and maintain the same amount of workers and the same amount of GDP contribution? How could they not see that this refinery conversion would be on a road to disaster? It's only been open a little over a year, and they're already announcing that they're on shaky ground. So shaky that they just had to accept another $25 million from the provincial government just to keep the doors open. When will this Liberal government abolish their green fantasy and actually support oil and gas investments in this country that will actually make sense? Or will they at least get out of the way or steal our common sense ideas that will put Canada back on track? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. President, I thank the opposite member for his question. Today I rise in the chamber on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people with confidence and conviction to address Canada's unwavering commitment to a more prosperous future, a future we're actively building together. Our collective efforts to advance the biofuel sectors are not just about energy, they're about powering our country's economy, strengthening our sovereignty during a time of unjustified tariff levied by the United States and China, and creating good jobs for Canadians across every region, including in Newfoundland and Labrador. Let me begin by reaffirming this government's steadfast belief. Biofuels are essentials to Canada's environmental leadership and economic strength. They're fundamental to lowering emissions while unlocking new opportunities for innovation and growth across the country, including in rural and Indigenous communities. Biofuels are creating new jobs, reducing our carbon footprint, and helping Canada meet ambitious environmental and economic goals. Our government is securing important jobs while also supporting innovation in our energy sector and our progress towards more sustainable fuel sources. We're moving forward for our workforce and for the future of clean energy in Canada. Monsieur le Président, le Canada prend des mesures
Mr. Speaker, Canada is taking bold, decisive measures to strengthen our biofuel sectors and speed up investments for the future. We are relaunching and extending the Clean Fuel Fund, which encourages the production of clean fuel through an additional investment of $776 million from 2025 to 2030. Through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, we are mobilizing at least $500 million worth of green infrastructure to develop, grow, and sustain biofuel production here in the country. And what is more, thanks to the clean fuel regulations, money will be reinvested directly every year in supporting Canadian clean fuel producers. This will give them a certainty as well as a competitive advantage. But we are not acting alone. We are forging strong partnerships with provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, and industry leaders. Together, we are building a sector that is resistant to worldwide competition and able to respond to market realities. We are investing in projects that create and harness new, innovative Canadian perspectives. We have witnessed an incredible growth of biofuel production in recent years. Canadian workers and innovators from throughout the country prove every day that we can demonstrate competitiveness, nimbleness, and leadership.
Our government is making Canada an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. Newfoundland and Labrador's energy opportunity extend far beyond any one project. To get Canada building, we're working with Newfoundland and Labrador to ensure they can compete, win in a low-carbon economy. This means working together to ensure the further development of Churchill Falls and Gull Island, which were specifically referenced as part of our transformative strategies. We encourage the opposition to think big and support our effort to build Canada. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Well, there was a lot there, and I thank you for that. I thank you for your commitment to Newfoundland and Labrador. What I am surprised was it seems, and perhaps I misunderstood, that the plan for this refinery going forward is continued government subsidies rather than just trying to find a business plan and investments that make sense and investments that actually bring in more investment from other countries and actually develop our own. You talked about Donald Trump's investments.
The member cannot use the you. You have to speak through the chair to the other side. So I invite the member to continue his comments without using the you.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, my colleague mentioned Donald Trump's tariffs, which is very affecting our country right now, but it's not affecting our ability to, it should not affect our ability to build our own country and export our stuff everywhere else. I'm not sure why we don't have pipelines going from Alberta to the East Coast, so that if we are going to continue this refinery the way it is, so that we can at least get Canadian oil and gas in our province and not from other countries. He mentioned, my apologies, my colleague from the other side mentioned about Churchill Falls. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the proposal is for that, and hopefully we'll see a transmission line that goes all the way to Labrador. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Forward in the future to work with the colleague on the opposite side for the benefits of Newfoundland and Labrador. And our government is working hand in hand with our partners to identify new path forward, support innovation and drive solutions tailored to the realities of our biofuels market. We're listening, we're acting, and above all, we're committed to building a future where Canadian biofuels are a pillar of our national prosperity and environmental leadership. Let us move forward with confidence. Let us ensure that Canadian workers and industries, including the one from Newfoundland and Labrador, are empowered to lead the world in clean and renewable fuels in every region for every Canadian. Our government is building a future that is stronger and full of promises. Thank you, Mr. President.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.